Good morning and welcome to Sewing Street on this glorious Monday morning. Well, it's not raining, is it? Who went to the Festival of Quilts? Did you have a great time? If you didn't, did you have a great time with our Quilt Festival? Honestly, didn't we have some brilliant products last week? And guests and deals and offers? Well, it's back to normal. Only we've got even better things this week because we're starting off with some amazing fabrics. And can I just mention this? We will be talking about it later. We had this on air with the wonderful Delphine yesterday. Oh, wow, handful left. So we thought, you know what, anyone who wasn't watching yesterday, we don't want you to miss out on this. As Delphine said, is the most beautiful quilt that she's ever had to demonstrate on Sewing Street. It is awesome, awesome. And we've got a handful left. So I'll talk about that in a minute, but I just thought in case any of you went, what is that? I'm going to start with the early bird because it's brilliant. You know, let's start a new week with something that we all need, we all love, and we want a bit of a bargain with. So this is our Calico Quilters pre-shrunk, which means you don't have to pre-wash it because it's already been pre-shrunk. 3 meters of, shall I show you? Let's have a deal, Ben. We've got Ben and Ollie today in the gallery. Morning, Ben and Ollie. Hi. There we go. They're then there today. So all the deals are down to Ben today. This is what 3 meters. Now, I always think with calico that you get more for your money than you're paying for because it's so wide. It is, I think it's 155 centimetres, which I think is 60 inches width. Really, really wide. So you get more for your money. When you think it's normally quilting weight cotton is 44 inches, you're getting an extra 16. 3 meters. Look at this. Look at that. Special deal, £3 off, £14.94. How much is it normally, half a metre? It's a bit less, it's a bit over £3, I think, half a metre, isn't it? We're just gonna check. Oh, my ears are falling out today. It's okay, it's £3 something a metre. So half a metre. So you're getting almost half a metre for free. 3 whole meters. Save yourself £3, £14.94. So maybe you've always thought, I'm going to make a toile when I do dressmaking, but I haven't got the calico. There you go. Do loads of embroidery. Brilliant for that. Brilliant for patchwork. It looks beautiful with navies and reds. Use it as your really inexpensive light fabric. Great for making tote bags, for lining things. It's just one of those things you use. I mean, I've done quite a few quilts where I've used expensive designer fabric and then I've used calico as my lighter sort of background fabric. And because it's so wide, it's so inexpensive. You go so much further. £2.49 for half a metre. So you are, you're getting over half a metre for free. It's brilliant, isn't it? Absolutely flying out. Right, we've only got 30 bundles left. They come as pre-cut 3 meters. So obviously if you buy 2, it will come as 2 3 meters. Loads and loads of you are multi-buying on this. Save yourself half a metre. It's absolutely fly out. Why have we not got more stock than this? But I guess the warehouse have to get it all off the bolt. They've got to pre-cut it. So get half a metre, over half a metre for free. I mean, look at the size of it. It's massive, isn't it? 20 left. 20 left. Look at that. It's massive, isn't it? I mean, just think of like the embroidery that you could do on this. And it's just so, and it is actually, it's the same sort of weight as quilting weight cotton, but it's beautifully smooth because as you all know, there are lots of different qualities of calico. You can get much heavier ones, you can get lighter ones. This is lovely because it's got that fleck in it, but not too much. Some calicos have got quite big lumps and bumps. Can't think what they're called. Oh, the word's gone for me. What's the lump and a bump in calico called? Oh, anyway. The little lumps and bumps. Anyway, some of them have quite a lot in them. Right, 10 left. 10 left. We all know the word. Slub. Slub is the word. Thank you very much. Some of calicos have bigger slubs than others, and then particularly if you're doing embroidery. 7 left. 7 left. 5 left. I've probably got enough time to fold it out. 3, 2, one. I think I've got one left. Quick, 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 quick. If you've got it in your basket, press checkout. Once you've checked out, you've almost covered your postage. There you are, it's gone. Gone. On and gone. On and gone. Amazing, we should have got more of that, shouldn't we? Right, let's get on with the show then. So, shall I show you what's coming up in today's show? Oh, have we got a lovely day for you today. 8 o'clock, we all love Moda Fabrics. We've got all sorts of different Moda Fabrics. We've got some beautiful, bright, only been on once before, so you may well have missed them. Beautiful, bright collection. We've got the Blue Skies one. We've got a gorgeous one that's got all sewing things on that you could use for labels. I quite like that one. And we put some plain fabrics for you. So it's a glorious hour of Moda all the way. Then at 9 o'clock, I am launching the brand new Amber Makes sun hats. So we did sun hats a year ago and they were so popular that we decided, Amy and I between us, let's do some more. So we've got 3 brand new designs. And do you remember when we did the basket bag a few months ago? I said to Amy, I'm sure if you can draw basket fabric, you can draw hat fabric. So she has designed, it looks like a straw hat, but she's put strawberries on it. And we've got it in Portuguese tiles and in lavender bee as well. So, and what's great about them is that you can make it into a bucket hat or a big sun hat. And the instructions come with the pattern. So once you buy the kit, you can then have the pattern on me to make even more with all of your favourite fabrics. And there's 4 different sizes from little heads like mine to big, big men's heads. So fabulous. That's 9 o'clock. 10 o'clock, Sewing Room Essentials. Now, this is a great hour. We've got lots of, well, my favourite products, things that I use because I love a gadget. A lot of them that have been out of stock for ages, and we've got them back. They're all, none of these are expensive things. They're all quite basic, brilliant value, low cost, but absolutely essential. And somehow we've managed to get them back all in. We've also got back in the invisible thread. So I don't remember whether you remember that Paul bought it a while ago, gave me a spool to have a go of, absolutely loved it, put it on air, sold out in about 10 minutes. So it's taken us, it must be a couple of months ago, we've got it back. So I'll talk to you about, so that's a really good hour full of all of the low cost but essential items that you will need for your sewing room. Then at 11 o'clock, we've got some of the Amber Makes kits. Now there's a load of kits that have sold out and we've managed to get a few, but not many. So I've sorted it by, we've got the sewing room one, so lots with our vintage sewing print. We've got the Beach Hut panels back. We've got all the William Morris makes, and we've got the Christmas book cushions. Oh, and the Beach Hut row as well. So it's all of the ones. Now, this is going to be quite a fast and furious hour because we've only managed to get a few in. So if you want any of the previous sold out, we've only got handfuls of each left. Luckily, everything's on pre-order. So if you want to get ahead with that. Oh, and I've also got all of the animal totes. I've had so many emails about when's the giraffe tote coming back? Or when's the sausage dog tote? All the animal totes are back. And then at 12 o'clock, it's quilt kits and gifting. Amazing brand new William Morris gifting items. Beautiful bowls. I'm thinking strawberry picnics. Brilliant. Got some gorgeous willow bough things. So if you're going on a picnic this summer, you definitely need these. And that is when we're going to be talking about this amazing quilt behind me. It is available. Well, everything's available on pre-order. This quilt kit we demonstrated, Delphine did yesterday. It's amazing because it comes with the specialist Robin Ruth fat Robin ruler that you use to make the mariner's compass in the centre in an easy way. It has mariner's compasses all the way around here. It has a massive one in the centre. It's got a plique, $349.99. That's the full price of it, okay? $349.99. It's beautiful, isn't it? The kit contains everything. We are going to reduce the price. Now, I just wanted you to see what the full price was. That's what it's worth, $299.99. It's all complete William Morris fabric printed by Free Spirit, so you know it's going to be great. The pattern is designed by Robin Ruth, who creates these rulers. So it's not a beginner's quilt. I will say that now. It's not horrendously difficult. If you've done some quilting, if you've done patchwork, you can do this. It's just not for complete beginners, but obviously it's not. But, you know, we get so many requests from people like, can we have more difficult things? Can we have things that take a bit longer? This is a quilt that obviously the destination, the finished product is brilliant. Obviously, this quilt's about your journey. This quilt is about enjoying the process. It's about, I really want to do this bit by bit. I'd love to learn how to unravel this compass. The ruler that's inside it is $59.99 on its own, but we've included it with the kit. And it's a brilliant way of doing incredibly accurate mariner's compass without any FPP. You're going to love it. Right, we've got more of you who've got this in baskets we've got in stock. So we will talk about, if we've got any left, I will talk about it properly and open the kit at 12. But I know a lot of you might have missed out on it yesterday. We've got a handful left. So we will talk about it a bit later. I'll put it on my trolley. Right, a couple of messages. Oh, I'm back. Oh, no, Amber makes on pre-order. Sorry, Sandra. Ben is currently sorting it out. Little glitch. I will let you know when we've got it on pre-order. It should be on pre-order, but there's obviously a little problem at the moment. It will be. We're still going to do it. It's just we've got a problem getting onto pre-order. But as soon as we've got it on there, we'll let you know. Okay? Let's start with some Moda fabric. I'm going to start with this amazing bundle. Now, this has only been on air once, so you may well have missed it. It almost sold out. We have got, yes, 7 bundles left. We're taking £20 off. 12.5 metres. That means you are getting 25 half metres. £204.75, 5-way split pay. Amazing. 25 half metres. This is double king size, super king size bed quilt and more with matching cushions and a bag to put it in. This is what your half metre looks like. It is beautiful. I mean, I don't need to tell you what the quality's like because it's Moda. It's beautiful. Now, Moda do all sorts of different prints, don't they? They do bright ones, they do antique ones, subdued ones, white ones. This is bright as bright can be. So I'm going to show you what they all look like. So you've got bright flowers, you've got navy and floral, beautiful turquoise florals, navy with really bright. Look at that one. Amazing, massive, massive ones. This one, gorgeous. Now, what's great is I was talking to someone at the show and she was saying, oh, I always have such at the Festival of Quilts, always have such a real problem trying to choose fabrics that go together. And I said, well, just don't. I don't. I just buy a bundle. 6 left, and 4 in baskets. So be quick. If you really struggle to put fabrics and prints together, then don't. Other people do it for you. I just buy a bundle. Buy yourself something like this. This is all of the fabrics from this range. They have been designed. Look at that one. Look at this. 5 left. Look. This is like just a riot of colour and floral. I absolutely love that. It's a pimped up Roman mosaic. Maybe, do you know what? Maybe they were always like that and they've just faded with time. Maybe they were always super bright. But this is a way of you putting lots of colours and prints together without having to worry whether or not they go together, because you know that they will. So whether you just love them and you're going to put them in your stash and use them for lots of individual projects, maybe you've got a stall or you make to sell, or you've got the summer fete coming up and you can make loads and loads of little gift bags, little tote bags, cosmetic purses. Your stall would look like a riot of colour. Or whether you think, do you know what, I just want to make an absolutely beautiful quilt. When you've got 12.5 metres, you've got more than enough. And what's lovely is if you use the whole lot together, that's great. But if you just want to use 2 or 3, you've got somewhere all the colours are the same. You've got some like here, where you've got 3 prints, but in different colourways. So you can group them together as well. I mean, you've got stripes, mosaics, florals, spots. Look at that. I mean, that's absolutely stunning, isn't it? See, if you're doing maybe the binding on your quilt, you could use this, cut it this way so it's a nice horizontal stripe like that. Gorgeous. And that's all in there. £204.75. Save £20. That's loads, isn't it? It's like a metre. Save £20. And you know that they're all going to go together. They've also got really nice selvages. So do keep those, and you can sew those onto your projects. But it's quite tricky to put together, I think, this riot of colour, to know whether do I put this turquoise with that green. But you know, because the designer has put them all together, they go together beautifully. And what I like is it's not all florals. They've put fabrics like this in as well. And then that lovely spot that goes with it. So it doesn't have to be, oh, I don't want to make a whole quilt. It doesn't have to be that. You've got the whole bundle. You think, oh, well, actually, those two are lovely for just one project. And you've got that all in there. And then if you want to add a little bit of another pop of colour, so you could then pop, look, that turquoise in with it as well. I mean, those three as a trio are beautiful, aren't they? And that's all in your bundle. Right, we've only got 5 left now. And there's more than that in baskets. So when you get yours home, you're going to have hours of fun thinking, right, well, I'm going to put all of the turquoise. Oh, I found another one. I'll put all of the turquoises together. You could even buy this as a group with other people, and you could take out the ones you like together. Because we've got some smaller bundles of this fabric, but the turquoise one's completely sold out. So we haven't got those. We've got some of the others if you want to buy a small bundle. But if you want the whole riot of colour, the whole fabric collection, then you need to get this one because this is the only way you can get it all. Save £20. Now look, we've also got it on 5-way split pay. Amazing. So that's 5 equal payments of £40. Deborah says, morning, Becky. Good morning, Deborah. I received this bundle on Saturday. It's stunning. I'm making a Tula Pink butterfly quilt. That's a brilliant idea. You received it on Saturday. When did we play it? Yeah, that was very quick. Oh, Debbie, could you please put... Yeah, it was only on Wednesday. That's good. Could you please put a picture on the Sewing Street fans page when you finished it? I think it's going to look absolutely amazing. And have you sorted yours out into little colour groups? Or, that's very impressive. Or have you just gone, right, well, I'm just going to see what goes together? Because it is amazing, isn't it? 4 left. 4 left. I think this is going to sell out. I mean, look at the navies. Beautiful. Right, we've also got a complimentary bundle. So anyone who's bought this or loves these colours, or Deborah, if you want your designer fabric to go further, then put together this complimentary bundle. So we've got the pale pink that's in there. We've got that riot, that bright sunshine yellow. £47.88, so the 6 metres, so you've got your 12.5 metres. Wow. So it comes, so the price, £41.88. £41.88 for 6 metres. We've got that lovely gold, really nice orange. Is that the pumpkin one? Hot tomato. Got some navy in there because it really picks up that navy. Love that one. Yeah, that's a good colour. You can see how they're all going together. A little bit of pale blue because there's pops of pale blue in the flowers. We've got some royal blue. Love the lavender. Yeah, see, look how well they go together. When you put this bundle against particularly that fabric, it picks up all of them. Gorgeous green, that picks up all the greens. We've got the palest pink, that picks up all the sort of the lighter pinks in it. And then you've got a really bright turquoise. So even if you've bought the big bundle, it's great to buy this with it because it's going to go even further. But if you love that colourway, the Moda designer has chosen that riot of colour to go together. We've matched it so you can have your own riot of colour. £41.88. You're saving £6. So we're taking £1 off for every metre. Absolute bargain. So even if you just want the plain, you don't have to have it to go with that. Just the plain on its own, £41.88. It's beautiful, isn't it? So if you were making like a rainbow quilt or something, it's lovely. Because I think what's nice is the designer has put a really deep, dark navy into this. So we've put that into the bundle and it really pops, makes it all pop. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Anyway, £41.88 for that. Now, if you love this fabric, but you don't want, I don't know why, but if you don't want all of that, we've got some smaller bundles. So I'll start at the top. So we've put this one. This is the navy bundle. I almost need to move this because we're going to get confused. I'll put that over there. There we go. Right, so we've got this navy one, which has got lots of colour in it. You've got that one. Beautiful. You've got this beautiful big floral one. Oh, let me just give this. I'm just going to give this one to Finn because my table is overfilled. Thank you very much. There we go. Right, I'm back. Beautiful flowers, again with the navy background. This one, it's got butterflies all over it. Gorgeous. And then this one has got all the quite sort of modern flowers. Some of them look like fab lollies. Oh, fab lollies. And then this one that's got the smaller prints. So you've got 2.5 metres, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different prints, £41.95. We're taking £3 off that. Susan says, morning team, I messaged earlier, there were still no Amber Makes on pre-order. Susan, I'm really sorry. There is a slight glitch with the system and the pre-order on those, but we're working on it. And as soon as they are available, we'll let you know. Yeah, there's an issue with the stock. We've got loads in stock, obviously, but for some reason the system shows that there isn't, even though there is, and the warehouse has told us there is. So until the system catches up with the reality of life, well, we all have that problem, don't we? I was struggling to catch up with the reality of life and I fell out of bed this morning. But our computer has the, I know, God, oh, I've still got the bruises. And our computer has the same issue of catching up with the reality of life. As soon as we've had a stern word, sorted it out, we'll let you know. But we are on it. They will be there. But you're not missing out. It's not like everyone else has got them. Don't worry. We've got loads of stock of them. We've just got to get that computer to realise what's actually going on in life. So we will let you know. Gosh, this floor's really sticky. There we go. Save £3 on that one. 5.5 metres for the midnight bundle. So it's tricky when you put these collections together because do you go with the same print or the same colour? So we've gone with the same colour. That's the navy one. Now I'm going to take the one now that's got that lovely mosaic. I think this one's called Brights. So that's your kind of hero print in this collection. Quadruplet. Is it a quadruplet? Quadruplet's 4, it's a quintuplet, because that's 5, isn't it? Oh no, this is 4. This is 4, so it's a quadruplet. I was right first time. So we've got that beautiful mosaic one. We've got the stripy, the brighter stripy one, and we've got the lighter stripy one. Going down to £34.96, again, save £3. And then these are all 0.5 metres, by the way. And then we've got the floral. So that is really super bright, rainbow. But that is your hero print. If you're using that to make something, use one of these stripes, maybe for the handles or as a facing at the top. I mean, it's just glorious, isn't it? There's only 11 of these bundles, though. We were limited on what we could create of this. And that one, do you know, I could have that one as a lining, couldn't I? Look how lovely that is. You see, so when you get yours home, lay them out like this, turn them round, think, well, shall I have my stripes going that way? Shall I have them going the other way? How will it look? If you're making gifts, I mean, who wouldn't want something made in this? It's bright, it's fun, it's gorgeous. Only 10 of those left. And when it's gone because the mega bundle's going to sell out as well. So when that one's gone, it's gone. Right, next one. What did we call this one? So this is that, those sort of fantasy flowers. Cloud and Limeade. Or gin and tonic. Yeah, there's your tonic. Here's your gin. Or is it the other way around? Well, I'm only thinking that because of the lime, you know, gin and tonic with the lime. Splash of lime. There we go. So what you've got these two small ditzy prints in the white and the lime, and then you've got the large floral in the lime, and then this sort of fantasy flower. Again, £3 saving, £34.96. I like that one. It's just so bright and cheerful, isn't it? And remember, because it's Moda, it is beautifully soft. It's all quilting weight fabric, but Moda fabric is such good quality. It's really soft. You know, you've sewn with it. When you press it and you sew it and you cut it, it's lovely to work with. Bit like that quilt behind me. That's Free Spirit. Free Spirit's lovely as well. Gorgeous, isn't it? There we go. That's that one. And I've got one more bundle, which is your sort of, what is this colour? Like magenta. It's magenta colours. I'm going to see what Ben actually called it. Magenta Madness. Bubblegum Raspberry Jam. Okay, so this is raspberry jam. That's all the seeds in the raspberry jam. And then this is the bubblegum. Somebody should make bubblegum raspberry jam, shouldn't they? Wonder what it would taste like. You got 5 in this one, 5.5 metres. But it's all your beautiful pinks. What's lovely about this is that it graduates from, I'm going to put it, you've got your deep magenta, you've got your magenta with the flowers, which lightens the magenta background. Then you've got a bright fuchsia pink. Then you've got a paler pink, and then you've got the lightest pink. So if you love the pink, this is for you. There we go. And what's nice is having this one, because this is your kind of blender fabric. This is what you use to put the border around it. If you're making a cushion, put a nice wide border around, sew the back to the front on the inside of the border, and that creates that Oxford pillowcase look, and it just really finishes it off. Or if you're making a cushion, just put the front and the back together and bind it with this rather than sewing it right sides together, and it gives a really nice finish. I always like it when we put together a small collection like this with one blender fabric that's not plain, but that's just going to really highlight it. Or you could use it for handles or straps, or you could use it as a insert zip, and you could put this fabric either side. You know, when you put a recessed zip in, it'd be lovely for that, wouldn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. £3 off. This one is £3 off. Oh, the last one was £1 off. And this one's £3 off. But that's because we've got more. You do get a whole half metre, that one, by the way. I've just folded it up. Gorgeous, isn't it? There you go. £41.95. So you can buy the whole bundle if you want. All 25, but we haven't got many of those left. Or if you just want to buy small ones, if you now can't remember what I said, because I've been showing you lots, just go on to sewingstreet.com, watch live, and if you scroll down from there, you can see pictures of all of these different bundles. So if you think, oh, I can't remember, or maybe you want 2 of the bundles, you might want the Cloud and Limeade and the navy one. So if you go onto the website, you can see the little pictures, and that will show you the images of each that are in them. Because I know it's hard to remember, because sometimes I know I'd want to see all of them before I chose, and then I can't remember which one I saw first time. There we go. Oh, we now have all Amber Makes on pre-order. Should we have a look? It might not let me. Oh, the early bird sold out. Well, we know that, don't we? There's all the sewing tools. I've just spotted a nativity scene. So we have to give. You are going to have to scroll all the way to the bottom, though. There they are. There they are. Here comes the sun hat, strawberry picnic, Portuguese towels, lavender bee. £17.99 for that kit. The panel's massive as well. So there they are. They're right at the bottom, but we finally got them on pre-order. So you'll have to go all the way down. But I've also put in some of the matching bags as well. Because who doesn't like a bag to match their hat? Anyway, they're all on there now. We're so sorry for the delay. The computer has finally realised the reality of life, so everything's good. There we go. Right. Sunshine and blue skies. Now, I love this Moda collection because they do it in normal quilting weight fabric, but they also do a few of the prints in canvas, which we will talk about in a minute. This is a brand new bundle. Let me show you. There's 3.5 meters in total in it. You've got this beautiful white, oh, look at the selvage on that one. It's lovely pale blue. You've got this lovely white one with the yellow flowers. We're going to take £3 off. Beautiful mosaic one. Again, now this is a way, obviously we know that blue and yellow go together, but what shades of blue and yellow do you use? This is a lovely pale one. I love the mosaic. But then they've put a really deep navy one on there. Just move those. Then we've got that same mosaic, but just in the 2 colourway, in the blue. And then we've got a large floral print. It's exactly the same as this floral print, but just with the white background. So we've got a really nice collection of fabrics in this one. Gorgeous sunshine yellow. There's only 10 of these left. Only 10 left. How lovely is that? Wow, that brightens up your day, doesn't it? £59.93, £3 saving. Right, we're on single figures now. £59.93, 3.5 meters of fabric. Isn't that lovely? Which is the hero? Well, everyone has their own hero. For me, it's that one because I love a mosaic. But all of the fabrics really pick each other up, and I love that one and that one. So again, you can use them as a whole thing to make just one quilt or big bag, lovely weekend bag, wouldn't it? Or you can use them in pairs. And they all go together. So whether you want that sort of that lovely bright yellow to go with this one, or whether you want it to pick up that one. But again, that yellow and that blue work together. This is the great thing about a fabric collection, is you can keep moving them around and they all work together. Only 8 left now. That is beautiful, isn't it? I mean, that is just sunshine, isn't it? I love this fabric. Again, you can use it for dressmaking. You can make an amazing blouse with this. You can have one for the front, one for the back, one each for the sleeves, and bind it with another one. But your patchwork waistcoat. Patchwork clothing is just the thing at the moment. And we buy all of these bundles. We think quilt, quilt, quilt. But how about patchwork clothing? As long as you line it, then you cover all the seams. So get your normal dress pattern or your blouse and patchwork it. It's very easy. All you have to do is, if you want to do patchwork, get your dress pattern. So say you wanted a patchwork on the front, is draw the lines on the dress pattern where you want the patchwork to be, and then you can trace over it, add what your 1/4 inch seam allowance, cut them, add the 1/4 inch seam allowance. Then when you join it all back together, it will be exactly the same size as when you started. Or the other way to do it is make your patchwork first, make it a little bit bigger than you need, then put your dress pattern piece on and cut round it. That's quite a good way. So you can cut it in like 4-inch squares, make a massive piece of fabric and use that as your fabric to cut out. That's probably easier. And that would be a beautiful dress, wouldn't it? Right, I'll leave that with you because we're very low on it. Now, we've got these as canvases. There's only 3 of them. I tell you what this is, though. It's lovely. It's like a Panama cotton. It's not your sort of thick, like really thick bag canvas. It's a little bit lighter. So it really works well for bags, or you can use it in dressmaking. It makes a really nice jacket. It's not, you can see it's not really super stiff, but it's obviously heavier weight than quilting weight cotton. It's £10.49 for 1/2 metre. But because it's available in the 1/2 metre, you can multi-buy if you want to make something else. obviously more expensive than your quilting weight cotton, but that's because it's got more weight to it. You can use it for your outdoor furniture, for outdoor cushions. You can use it for seat covers. You can use it for your weekend bag or your tote where you want it to have a little bit more stability. So that's why it's a slightly higher price. But at £10.49, you can multi-buy. I mean, it makes a lovely jacket, pinafore, A-line skirt. But if I do this, you can see it's not like your super stiff canvas, but it's just got a bit more weight. And it's a beautiful print, isn't it? I mean, that is really lovely. You don't often see this kind of print in a canvas. We've got it in two other colourways as well. So if you wanted to make like a rucksack and you wanted different parts of it in different prints, then buy all three of them. I mean, that's gorgeous, isn't it? I mean, obviously it picks up this colour, but I mean, it is very Mediterranean, isn't it? Very summer holiday. So that's Florals Water canvas. That's that one. I'll move that one out of the way and then we'll put them together. And then we've got my favourite one in the canvas. Look, we've got the mosaic. So if you were making a bag, you want to take a special bag with you on holiday. It looks so cool on the flight, wouldn't you? I'd have that as the main colour. I'd put that as the sort of the accent colour, and maybe that as the lining, just because it's cool. Or those sunshine, Finn, can I have the sunshine ones back? Thank you. If you wanted to buy this, but you want a lining to go with it, why not buy one of these by the ½ metre? Get the canvas for the outside and buy one of these as the ½ metre, because, well, you can put canvas on the inside, but I would put a quilting weight cotton. Or if you're going to put pockets in it, maybe you want to put like a postbox pocket, then I would use this for the pocket lining, but it will really go together beautifully. So those are the three canvases. Right, if you want to buy we do have these as well as the bundle. We also have them available by the ½ metre, which means you can multi-buy. So if you do want to do dressmaking with it and you don't want to patchwork it, but you want the whole blouse in this, £8.99 for ½ metre. But if you want to multi-buy, so say you need 1.5 metres, put 3 units in your basket, it will be cut to order. So your order will go through to the warehouse. They'll take it off the shelf and cut it for you. I mean, that's your blouse to go with your jeans, isn't it? Nice pair of navy trousers, lovely. I'm just going to fly through these, otherwise we'll run out of time. That one, right, this one has only got 3 metres left in stock. My favourite mosaic one. £8.99 for ½ metre. Absolutely gorgeous. We are really low in stock of these. 3 metres of this one left. No wonder the bundle's about to sell out. Love that one. That is your summer dress, isn't it? Gorgeous. Yes. There we go. £8.99 for ½ metre of that. Oh, we've got 10 metres of that one. A little bit more. I love the green in that one. Beautiful, isn't it? Then we've got the mono mosaic. So that's got just the blue with the white mosaics on it. Oh, we've only got 2 metres of that one left though. So you need to be really quick with that one. It's only 4 units, so that's 2 metres left of that one. Be quick. And then finally this lovely yellow. So if you've bought any of the, I mean, it's lovely on its own, but it's a perfect complementary fabric to go with any of the others. So if you want a little bit of lining to go with something, this one is absolutely brilliant because it picks up all of the colours in all of the others. There we go. Sunshine. Right, I'll leave that one with you. Let's talk about panels next. Now, we've got a few panels which are very, very limited. So let's start. Ooh, I'm going to start with this one because I haven't seen it. Whoa, what is this one? I'll hold it up so you can see and then I'll put it on the table so we can look at it in detail. That's beautiful, isn't it? Let's put it on the table so we can actually look at it. This could be the middle of a quilt or this could be a wall hanging, couldn't it? just cut it out, back it. You can have it as, well, it'd be a very big tea towel. But you could quilt round it, couldn't you? You could just, I would put the backing and the wadding on, quilt it, and then just bind it. And that is a beautiful hanging, isn't it? Oh, I think that's lovely, isn't it? It's only $14.99 as well. It's beautiful, isn't it? You can even add extra embroidery to that as well. But it'd make a really nice play mat, wouldn't it? Because it's so bright and cheerful. But it would be a really good for this. You could very simply pick up the colours, because you've got beautiful greens, yellows, blues, and you could do a patchwork border around the edge if you wanted it to be a bit bigger. But that is a stunner, isn't it? Only $14.99. Right, that's that one. I've got to get through these quickly or we're not going to get everything done. Right, another panel. Is this? No. This is, oh, it is a panel because it's part of that collection there. So it's Dresden plates, isn't it? Now this is brilliant because this is how you can create your own Dresden plates. So you have to make them yourself. If you quilt along the lines in between, so this is their the Moda Raspberry. I've got the rest of the fabric collection here, so if you want any fabrics to go with it, we'll talk about those in a moment. There are only 20 of these left, so you need to get that back. Then we've got these gorgeous bee panels. We've got one in the dark and one in the light. There we go. Have I got it the right way up? No! Do you know, I spent ages working that out, and it was upside down. This is a big panel. So, yeah, it's really big. Isn't that beautiful? Again, you see, this could just be your lap quilt, couldn't it? You don't even need to bother with all that patchwork. Just back it, wad it, quilt it, bind it. Beautiful. And again, I mean, it's a really nice thing to make, to use for just like a lap quilt or a play mat or something to go over the back of the sofa. It's fun. Or for the centre of a glorious quilt. Just pick up the colours that are in here and add to it all the way around. Or just use it as a wall hanging. Because it is an absolutely stunning piece, isn't it? And the background is lovely. It's a really very gentle, like a natural linen colour. Gorgeous. Now, we've also got it in a black background as well. So you could buy one of each and hang them next to each other. Oh, yeah, you could put, yes, you could put one on the front and one on the back. I'm just checking I haven't got it. Do you know what? It's exactly the same thing, but with the black background. Why can't I do this? I'm trying to. It doesn't want to lay down, and I'm trying to hold the sticker in my hand at the same time. It doesn't like it at all. Looks completely different, doesn't it? It's gorgeous, isn't it? It looks completely different in that colourway. So you could put one on one side and one on the other, or you could make matching wall hangings and have them hanging next to each other. I think they're absolutely beautiful, aren't they? Only $15.99. It's not a bad price, really, is it? Really lovely. Right, that's that one. Let's move on. I just need to give Finn that sticker because it keeps falling off. Right, shall we move on to this, this collection? Because this bundle here, this is a bundle, isn't it? Yeah, there was one that wasn't. This is the bundle that has got that lovely panelling. I thought that's a message. Message, you are watching Sewing Street. Yeah, I know. So, £73.92. You're saving £8.99, so basically you're getting half a metre for free for the 4 metres and the panel. So you've got this panel that's got the Dresden plates printed on it, which is nice because you don't have to bother doing it yourself. And you can then you can cut these out as individual blocks, join them together. You could use that as a central panel. You could cut them in strips, and then all of these fabrics that are in the rest of the bundle go with it. So you've got this one. It's got the little spots, the smaller version of that. You've got these florals, and these colours then pick up all the same colours in that. You've got that lovely small scale print. That's really nice because, again, it's this lovely palette of raspberry, coral and mint. It's a bit like a cocktail, isn't it? Raspberry, coral and mint. And there it is in the paisley. And then we've got like the navy versions of them. So you've got that floral, but in navy. You've got that paisley, but in the navy. So you can use it all together because it obviously goes, or you can put it into pairs. So you've got that tiny print and you've got this floral. So it really works where you could put them in pairs like this. See? There we go. So you've got the small scale print in navy and white, you've got the paisleys in navy and white, you've got the floral circles in navy and white, and you've got the flower power circles with raspberry, and you've then got that panel. That's amazing, isn't it? Beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. So you can put all the navies together and all the whites. You can put them together as pairs. So if you were making like a cosmetic bag, that's your outer, that's your lining, isn't it? Or toilet bag in the navy, cosmetic bag in the white. Right, moving on. Oh. Oh, we're going lower. I thought Ben goes, right, moving on, but he wasn't. He was actually going lower. Right, this is the, I'm going to have to get it all back now. Lowest ever price, £69.92. So you're saving even more than £8.99 now. Yeah, Ben wasn't actually supposed to do that. So can you check out on that before we find out? Because if it's sold, it's gone. You're saving £12.99. £12.99. So that's almost £1.5 meters, isn't it? That's almost the panel for free. And it is a gorgeous collection, isn't it? Yeah, that is actually too low. So you've got 4 meters and the panel. Oh, yeah, sorry, the panel's £10.99. So you're getting more. You're getting the panel and a little bit of that one. That's fabulous, isn't it? £69.92. That's a great price, isn't it? Get it while you can. £69.92. Absolute bargain. Save yourself £12.99. Right, moving on. I'll leave that one with you. This is a lovely collection. I love this collection. This is gorgeous. I want to talk about this one first because I think this has never been seen as a bundle. Now, you've got your early bird calico. This is brilliant. So this looks lovely as a whole piece of fabric. Obviously, you can use it like this because it's gorgeous. But I'm thinking quilt labels. Yeah? So what you need to do, because obviously there's the dotted lines between them, stick some bond web on the back, cut them out, press them to your fabric made with love. It's a good day for a quilt. And then just work either a straight stitch or if you've got a blanket stitch on your machine, blanket stitch it around the edge. But I think we should have half. Yes, that's not the price of just this one. This is the whole bundle. I'm just concentrating on this one. Let's do ½ meter for free. And it's on split pay, so 6 meters of fabric, £98.89. So this can be your labels or you can use it all over. And it says, go on an adventure, swim in the ocean, watch the sunrise, climb a mountain, make something beautiful. Quilts of little piece of sunshine, dream and create, make life sweet, handcrafted with love. So it's beautiful as a whole piece, but you could use it for labels. In the rest of the collection, we've then got these. You've got, I'll show you this, you've got this same print. I mean, this is great. You've got the same print, but in black. I mean, I think I'd keep one as labels, but I would actually use one to make, to make for my sewing bag. Wouldn't it look lovely if you made a nice big, like even just like a big drawstring bag to keep to keep all your sewing things on. Or your sewing machine cover would look great, wouldn't it? Or make a big hanging organiser that you can use for your sewing things. Got the same print in red. I mean, that is gorgeous, isn't it? £98.89. You're getting half a metre for free. I think this would make a fantastic sewing bag, wouldn't it? Right, then, buttons. We've then got buttons, red buttons. Beautiful. We've got black buttons, and I love these buttons because they're all different shapes and sizes. We've got square buttons and round buttons, and then we've got the buttons in the red background. This is great to make anything for your sewing room, isn't it? Or if you wanted to make clothing with a little bit of a nod to sewing, or you want one of them to put as a little bit of binding. Then we've got patchwork. So we've got a lovely patchwork print in red. We've got the patchwork print in black. And then we've got the patchwork print in red and pink. Then we've got hearts, but they're cross-stitch hearts. Because we see a lot of fabrics that have got sewing theme prints on, but these are quite unusual. You don't often see them in this colourway. They're usually more muted colourways, but you see all the little cross-stitch hearts. And then we've got the cross-stitch hearts in the black. And then we've got the cross-stitch hearts in the red. So you can obviously use the whole collection together, or you can pick up the colourways and do it that way, which sometimes I like to do. Sometimes I like to use all the prints together, but sometimes I like to put all of the colourways together. So there we've got all the reds, and then if we put all the blacks together, brand new bundle today. Got loads and loads if you got this in baskets. And then if we put the whites together, and then I like that one because it's got that bit of pink in it as well. And then you've got these. I'm going to open this one out so you can see what you get on it. Isn't that lovely? I mean, that's got to be a little craft purse, hasn't it? Or a little a bag to take to workshops with you. Just because of all the items on it. But I would, and what's good is if you make something from it and you've got a bit left over, then you can then use all of those labels. And I say, you know, with all of these tiny little things, you're going to label everything with that, aren't you? Absolutely beautiful. Right, £98.89, but we've also got that on two-way split pay. So if you want to spread the cost, interest-free, and we don't charge you an arrangement fee, then that's 2 equal payments of £49.44. You pay one today, we'll send it to you, and you pay the next one next month. It just spreads the cost a bit, doesn't it? But if you're thinking, right, I need to sort my sewing room out, I need to make lots of little bags to put all my zips and everything in, because I quite often do that. I find it's quite a good way, particularly when you're trying to sort things, you know, a lot of loose items, like maybe make a fat quarter bag, or maybe you've got lots of zips you want to just put all together. This is a really cool way to update your sewing room, and the colours are really nice. I love the red and the black. I've got so much stuff, but you know when you sort it all out and you put it into little bags and things, and then you make your sewing machine covers. So when I go away, even if it's like just for the weekend, I put my sewing machine cover on. I feel like, and then it's so nice when you come back and you take it off. It's lovely. Beautiful though, absolutely beautiful, isn't it? Or, you know, how nice would it be to make like placemats and napkins? This is your hobby. May as well show off about it. Only £98.89, and that is on two-way split pay as well. Right, I've got a few more fabrics I need to get through before we finish. Oh, I've got a panel. I've got one panel I forgot, Ben. I've got one panel that I forgot. Oh, this is lovely. Oh, I haven't seen this one. So this is lovely. You can use it. I'll pull it over here. Then you can see it. So you've got like bigger squares and smaller ones. So you've got that lovely navy one. The colours in this are lovely coral, dark coral, light coral, and that lovely denim-y blue. And then you've got the navy and mustard. So you've got two big squares. And then you've got, if I pull it up, 3 smaller squares. So it's quite nice, actually. It's like a bit of modern art, isn't it? You could have that as a quilted panel, or you can cut these out and use them as individuals. Only $15.99. So it's 91 centimetres wide, well, long, and 101 wide. We've only got 20 of these left, though. They're really nice, aren't they? Because that would be a nice for a big cushion, wouldn't it? If you made that one into a big cushion, you could put the other one on the back of it, or that could be 2 big cushions if you use some plain. And then this one could be 3 small scatter cushions. Or wouldn't it be lovely as a gift bag? You just put a drawstring around the top of that one. Be a beautiful gift bag. If you bought somebody something like, you know, a nice scarf, or you know, in a pack of where you've got like your body lotion and your hand wash, that would be really nice, wouldn't it? Right, we've only got 20 of those left though. $15.99 for that one. Now, do check out on all of those. I will be back with you in a few minutes' time. It's Amber Makes Sun Hats. Brand new sun hats. So I'm going to show you how to make them, how you can use the pattern to make all of your own as well. Brand new designs. I'll see you back here in a couple of minutes' time.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple. Wondering what wadding is? In sewing, wadding is the soft padded material used in the middle layer of quilts, cushions and other projects. It adds warmth, texture and structure to your creations. Wadding comes in different materials like cotton, polyester or wool, and various thicknesses, so you can choose the perfect one for your project. Whether you're quilting, making a cosy blanket or adding softness to a bag, wadding is what brings that snug and cushioned feel.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
If you're using a pattern that's quite bold and you know that you want the centre back to run down the middle of the fabric and to have it identical on one side and the other, how do we match it up? Well, it's quite easy. What you do is you pin your pattern piece to where you want the pattern. Then quite simply, you take a pen and you draw around the motif. You're only cutting one layer out now. You're only cutting one side of the back out now. You draw around your motif with your pen. Then cut the piece out, put that to one side. Then when you cut the other piece out, you flip your pattern, because obviously you need a right and a left hand side, and you just put that pattern that you've drawn in exactly the same place, on the fabric, which means when you make the dress, both motifs will be in exactly the same place on the back, either side of the centre back.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
So it's finally the Amber Makes Sun Hat Hour, and we've got them all in stock. It's all sorted now. So last year we did the bucket hat, and so popular, and we did them in all the different patterns. And I said to Amy this year, after we'd done, do you remember the basket bag we did, where Amy designed that beautiful basket print with the strawberry lining? I said, if you can draw baskets, Amy, you can draw sun hats. So I got her to do the sun hat, and look, it looks just like a straw hat with strawberries on, and it's 2 hats for the price of 1, fully reversible. There we go. Now, in the pattern as well, which I will show you in a moment, you can choose whether or not you have the bucket hat or the floppy sun hat, because you've got the pattern for both. Comes in 4 different sizes. That's all in the panel on the pattern. You don't have to choose what size. You'll do that when you make it. The panel is the same. So you can choose whether you make it into a bucket hat like here, or take the same one, and it's now a floppy sun hat. And you can choose, and it's both sides. So it's up to you. You can only make one or the other, bucket or floppy. But there we go. So you know when you're on, if you're like me and you get really burnt all the time, that's absolutely perfect. It's great when you're on the beach as well, because you can just use it to, instead of having to put your sunglasses on, you can just put it over your head. So you can choose when you make it whether you, it's basically what size you cut the brim, because the pattern for both is in there. So you either make the floppy sun hat or you make the bucket hat, and it has both sides on it. Because I think you should, well, you have to line your hat anyway to make it right. So you may as well have it. And the only place, there's a little turning gap here, so that little bit you have to slip stitch closed, and other than that you can't tell. And I'm going to show you later, hopefully if I've got time, I worked out a really cool way, because when you make it double-sided, you want it to stay together. You don't want it all to come apart as 2 pieces. So I worked out a way of sewing the brims together, but on the inside, and then that keeps it a bit more stable. So that is the strawberry picnic one. I don't know which one I like best, which side I like best, actually. Amy went and had to go and buy a hat. She said, I'm going to have to buy a hat because it's the only way I'm going to work out how this is done, because you've got to get the spiral of the straw correct. And then you've got to get this, because when they make them, I think they must get like a straw, and then they're all top stitched in the spiral. And then she had to get the spiral on the brim right. So she had to get a hat and then copy it to get all of that. It's fab, isn't it? And I thought as well, you see, if you've bought the basket bag, which we have got some in stock of, it matches. Oh, we've only got 7 of them left though. But it's the same print, you see. And who doesn't? And inside, it's got a padded pocket. I made this myself, obviously, to put your phone in. And it's also got an internal zip pocket to put your keys in. It's got a drawstring top so that you can keep everything neat inside, and then you can hang it over your shoulders. So I am thinking, if you've bought this already, or if you've got this, you need to get the bag as well, because they match. And I love a bag and a hat that matches. But you see, if you don't want to be too matchy-match, you just wear it this way round, and then you can turn it round. You see, I think if you've got your shades on, Saint-Tropez, yeah, like, you know, look at me. That's what I'm thinking. There we go. So that's the strawberry picnic one. If you want the bag, there are a handful of them left. Right, let me show you how the panel works, and then we'll do all the other colourways. Where is it? There we go. So what you get, obviously, is you get the full panel and you get the instructions. It's a big panel. I don't know how we've managed to do it at this price, but look at the size of the panel. £17.99. So let me show you how the panel works. So what you've got is, obviously, you've got 2 body pieces for the lining, you've got 2 body pieces for the outer, you've got the brim pieces, which the brims are big enough to either make the bucket hat or the floppy sun hat. So you can choose when you make it. But you've also got enough fabric for the largest size, and the largest size is a big head. When I go through the instruction, it's like big adult, big man's head. Because, you know, you get a lot of men who say, oh, well, I can never get a hat that fits, so I made it big enough. And because you can use the pattern again, I'll show you in a moment how it works and how you measure yourself so you know whether you've got the right one. Then you've got, obviously, the crown lining, and then there's the brim lining. And then obviously there was some space. So we've got strawberries and gift tags. Now, quite often if there's a space, Amy pops a gift tag in. So I keep mine now, I just cut them out. And then if you've given someone a present, you've got your gift tag, and you don't even need to use it for this, but it's really nice to be able to have as a gift tag. So you could make 2 hats with this. If you wanted to have, you love both of these prints, use your own plain lining fabric. If you bought that calico in the first hat, brilliant. Use your own plain lining, because these are obviously exactly the same. You could make 2 hats. Or if you want your fully reversible hat, then just go with it. Now, the way that the instructions work, this is Freya, my daughter, modelling the first hat, because I said she looked better in a hat than me, so I made her model them all. She so enjoyed it. Anyway, that's what she looks like. In the pan, obviously, there's a QR code that you scan. That will take you straight through to our tutorial section on the Amber Makes website, where I have filmed exactly how to make it. So if you are new to sewing and you want to have a go at making a hat, if you scan it and go through, then you will be able to watch a video. But you've got all of the pictures of all of the different stages of how to make it, and then here's the pattern. So normally with the Amber Makes kits, I don't give you patterns because you don't need them, because you've got this. But I decided for this one, I'd give you the pattern, and I've put a little box in here. So what you do is you cut it out. So you've got the sizes, small, medium, large, extra large. At the beginning, I tell you what sizes. So what you have to do, measure around your head, and the widest part of your head is just above your ears. So measure all the way round, and if you've got a 22-inch circumference, small, 23 medium, 25 large, 26 extra large. So that's how you work that out first. Once you've done that, now I would trace these. Don't cut them out because you've obviously got instructions on the other side. So trace round them the size that you want. If you're doing the bucket hat, you cut along the dotted lines. If you're doing the floppy sun hat, you cut along the solid lines. It's dead easy. And I've also put in here, make it your own. So if you want to use the pattern to make more hats from your own fabric, trace the size and style, so small, medium, large, extra large, bucket or brim, and then this is how much fabric you need. 1/2 metre for the outer, 1/2 metre for the lining. So once you've bought your kit, you've got the pattern to make even more of them. Now, also in this set of instructions, I've gone through the terms and techniques because we originally launched this for sewing school. And there's a lot of people, a lot of us, when we start, wonder what all of these different things like place on fold. If you've not done dressmaking, what does that mean? What are quarter points? What a pin? How do you pin? What would you be pinning for? What's a grain line? So I've gone through all of the different terms and techniques like tracing, turning gaps, seam allowances, right sides, all of that. So that if you are new to sewing, it explains all of that. And there's Freya in all my other hats. So you will get that set of instructions with all of them, but don't forget you get the pattern in there and don't forget to trace it, and then you can use it to make your own hats. Yes, so if you think about it, normally the instructions would be £9.99 because they've got a pattern. We would normally sell these at £12.99, so you're only paying £5 for the panel. Now, I know lots of you may have bought these before and have got the pattern, but these are the new prints. And obviously, we don't sell the panels on their own. So the only way you can get this one is you have to buy this whole kit to get it. So that is Strawberry Picnic. Lavender Bee. Right, Lavender Bee. So this has got the Lavender Bee on the crown. Oh, I'll put it on the table. On the crown. And you've got surrounded by lavender and bees. And then you've got lavender and bees on the brim. So that's all in white. And then the brim is in that lovely mauve. So you might have seen we've done other kits in this, like we've done the sling bag. We've got the tote, which I've got here, the tote bag, it goes with it. And then that's the outside. And then on the inside, it's all mustard with the lavender and the bees. So this is what it looks like. So you can see, I obviously only made them to fit me, nobody else. There we go. I've got a small one. Right, and then that's what it's like that side. Oh, I don't really know which one I like the best. Right, shall I show you the panel? I'll hold it up the right way. There we go. There's the Lavender Bee. Again, you've got the gift tags. You've also got, Amy's filled all the spaces with little bees and little circles with bees in. So you've got loads of extra bits on that one as well. And honestly, they're so quick to make. I've put a little bit of interfacing in the brim for mine. So if you want to add interfacing, which you don't need to do, we've got a pack. I have said, so I've put in 60 by 90 centimetres. That's enough to interface the whole hat. Some people might want to put the whole hat on. So this pack will be enough for the whole hat. If you're only doing the brim, you won't need as much as that. But I know that some of you might want the whole hat to be very structured, in which case you will need 60 by 90 centimetres. But this is enough for the whole hat or just the brim, obviously. So that's the panel. Again, obviously, full instructions for this with the video tutorial. You can go to the Amber Mates website now and view the tutorial if you want to see it ahead, so that before you get your kit, you can start making it. But honestly, you can make this in an afternoon. They're ever so quick. Nice present for somebody as well. Everybody loves a hat. And remember, you can make them in these 4 different sizes. If you've got any questions, just message me. But it's very simple to just measure your head, work out what size you need. So I've got the small hat on because I've got a small head. Ooh, drop my glasses. But you might need a bigger one. And I did it in the extra large size just because obviously, you know, if you've got a really large head or men with really big heads might not want a Lavender Bee one, but the pattern is there for all the larger sizes. So that's Lavender Bee. And then the final one is Portuguese tiles, because Portuguese tiles is just one of our most popular prints. Like this bag here, I made with the Portuguese tiles charm squares, and that's the market tote. And I know loads of you love it. So, yes, Ollie did steal the Portuguese towel bag off me, which he did give to his mum. So that's one side. You're going to have to make her a hat now. Actually, this one I made in medium because I decided to make some bigger sizes. So you can see that one's in medium, so it's a little bit bigger. And then, so you've got the green on the one side, and then on the other side, it's orange. So it depends how you're feeling, really, doesn't it? There we go. But again, remember, I mean, I only made the floppy sun hat in the strawberry picnic, but you can make any of them as bucket or strawberry. I just made it in that one. But that's lovely for your holidays, isn't it? And what's great about them as well is that, you know, you can just fold them up like that. That's in your handbag, isn't it? So that when you go on holiday or you're somewhere, you've always got a hat. Because if you're like me, you forget, you haven't got your hat, so quickly put it on, boom, there you go, you've got your hat. So ideal. Shall I show you the panel? I'll hold it up so you can see how big it is. So there you go. And what's great is because it's all printed on there, obviously the pattern you have to place on the fold, but we've printed it. So what that means is Amy has been able to design it so the print goes across properly. She's also designed them in such a way that whichever size you cut out, whether it's the small, medium, large or extra large, it will still work across the prints. Because there were certain prints when she did them that it didn't work because it needed to be able to, you fold this in half to cut it, and you needed that print to continue. So that is Portuguese tiles. Right, I'm going to quickly just go through the other hats. I don't know what we've got left of the other ones, but I put them on just in case. So these are the original hats. This one is Mediterranean, I think it's called. Lemons on one side. Have you found that one? Okay, there we go. It's lemons on one side, and on the other side, it's blue and white, like kind of Mediterranean tiles. So it's a completely different look, doesn't it? So, you know, when you go on holiday with your hat, everyone will think you brought many hats with you. And again, exactly the same as all of the others. It comes in, you can make either size, either of the 4 sizes, and you can make, I'll show you the panel, you can make the bucket hat or the floppy sun hat. You can choose. But isn't it stunning? I love that Amy's filled all the gaps with lemons as well. And it's got that kind of like crackled mosaic look on the background. Gorgeous. So that's the Mediterranean, and you'll get the same set of instructions with it. So you've still got the pattern in all of them. Then the next one, should we do William Morris? So I'll do the blue side. So it's either blue, that's the blue side. I'll show you like this because then you can see it because it's got the strawberry thief all over it. What I love about that one is that Amy's designed it so that you've got the circle. And the way it's done is that whichever the circle will fit the smallest size. So that if you cut it to the bigger size, you've still got that circle in the centre. And then you've got the strawberry thief all the way around the outside. And then if I turn it over, you've got willow bough. And then if I turn it over, then you can be green and orange. So you've got the green strawberry thief with the orange ring. And then you've got the strawberry thief all the way around like that. So you just have to choose whether you want to be a blue or orange person. Very limited on this one. Now, the other 2 I made as the floppy sun hat versions, but obviously you can make them into bucket hats. This is the granny squares one, because I think everybody wants a crochet hat. So what you've got on the top, you've got a circle, a granny square circle. It's not a square, is it? A granny circle. And then you've got the granny squares all the way around the edges. And then you've got treble crochets going all the way around in bright. And then if you turn it over, you've got the same thing, but it's in blues. So you've got your granny circle on the top. You've got your blue and white granny squares all the way around. Let me show you what it looks like. So this I did as the floppy one, so you can see. How cool is that? I think that's quite designer, isn't it? Look, and if you put your head down like that, look at that. And if you're short like me, everyone will be able to see it from the top anyway. But it's gorgeous, isn't it? I'll show it with the blue. And obviously you get, so you could, I mean, yeah, there's only 13 of this one left. To be honest, I would make it as double-sided because I'd like to be able to turn it round. But if you wanted to have two hats for the price of one, just line it with something else because the pieces are exactly the same size. And then the last one from the originals is the sunflowers. So this is for all of you who are going to Provence on holiday. So Ben's friend lives in Provence. Ben, you're going to have to make him one. So you've got the sunflowers on the outside and all the way around the brim. And then you've got this side, you've got this beautiful terracotta with one whole big sunflower right in the centre. And so this one I've made as the floppy sun hat. But again, you can choose. I hope I've explained it properly now. 4 sizes, 2 different styles. That's quite nice, isn't it? And I'll turn it round. There we go. So it's lovely, isn't it? And I like, you see that? You've got the sunflower. So I'll show you the panels just because they're here. And Amy's put some extra printed granny squares on this one. So that's the crochet one as the panel. I forgot to show you when we did it. That's the crochet one. So you can see how you've got all of the brims and the tops. And Amy's done enough circles going round, so whichever size you do, and whether you do bucket or floppy, it will all work. I know it took her ages to work that out. It's quite a complicated process to be able to get the patterns and make sure it all works. There's only 4 of the crochet left though, and then this is the sunflower one. It's a really big panel. Right, and then very quickly, I just want to go through. So have we done the basket bag? Oh, that one's sold out. Have we got the lavender bee? So if you're making the lavender bee hat, like so, you need to have the matching lavender bee totally tote because it's exactly the same design on the top of the hat. The same purple on the bottom, and then the lining on the inside is that same mustard. So if you don't want to totally match your hat, but you want to coordinate, you could wear your hat this way round, because it matches that, but then carry it this way round. The kit for the Totally Tote has everything that you need for the outside of the bag, the pocket that goes on the inside, and also all of the pieces to make the matching little zip pouch. £22.99. You get full instructions and a video tutorial and a massive panel. Now this is one of our original Totally Totes, so it's still at the original price. The ones that we've done more recently, have to put the price up because of the fabric, but they haven't changed this one. So it's a great value. So you've got all the pieces. So you've got the outer, you've got the base, you've got the lining, you've got the other lining, you've got the back. You've got the handles, you've got labels. These are the pieces for the matching zip purse, the lining and the outer. And you've got the pocket pieces, because in the internal pocket it says, be happy with the lining. You've even got the little zip tabs to go on your purse and some extra pieces as well. So look at the size of that, £22.99, full instructions and obviously the video tutorial. Right, so we've got loads and loads of these in baskets, more than we've got left, because we only had a few of them. I thought, well, I'll put them on because they're matching. So that's the Lavender Bee Totally Tote. And I've also got the Lavender Bee Charm Squares, because they're so lovely. Oh, my desk is a right mess now. So these are the Lavender Bee Charm Squares. So on here, you've got 40 5-inch squares if you want to make some matching items. So I made, when I did mine originally, I made this little zip bag with it. So all I did is I joined together some of the bigger prints, and then I cut these smaller prints into 4 and joined them together across the top. It's got a little box bottom, And then if you open it up, I used some of the other charm squares, joined them together. So I put all the mustard ones together for the lining, and then all the purple ones for the lining are there. So from one charm square panel, easy peasy, you can make that. You can make more than one of those, but it looks really cool, doesn't it? It was just to give you some ideas of what you can do with it. So $14.99 for that, and you get 40 5-inch squares, and you get 2 gift tags. Keep your gift tags. I put a box now with all my gift tags in, and I made a present the other day, and all I did, because I couldn't bother to embroider it, I made the gift tag, sew it right sides together, turn it right sides out. If you've got an eyelet, punch an eyelet in the top and put some string through, and then you can just, with a permanent marker pen, put the person's name on, or do it with friction pen, and then they can iron it off and give it to someone else. Which is sort of cheating, isn't it? But it does look nice. So a lot of our panels have the gift tags on, so do keep them, because they do make your present look lovely. So, and you can, I mean, that I didn't do instructions for that. That was just to give you some little inspiration of how you can quite easily use a charm square panel, because I know lots of you buy them and think, what am I going to do with them? That's what you can do with them. We've also got the Portuguese tiles charm squares. Which is here. 40 5-inch squares again. Now I made this bag with mine, and this is the market tote. So I've actually put the instructions for this in the next hour. So if you want the instructions of how to turn any charm square panel into a bag, it's called the market tote. If you go on to sewingstreet.com, watch live, the market tote instructions are on there. And it's just a really good way. Again, if you buy charm square panels and think, I don't know what to do with them, then that's quite a good thing, because you just use a fabric that you like to do sashing in between them. Put it back on the telly. There we go. So if you want, I'll put my hat on. If you want some charm squares to match your hat, green. Go out like that, like a pork pie. my husband, whenever he wears bucket hats, he was wearing one the other day and he turned it round like that. I said, you look ridiculous, you look like a pork pie. I said, you need to unfold all of that. It looked like a pork pie. There we go, turn around that way. And it has the gift tags as well. And then the last thing, and then I'm going to show you how to make the hat. We also did, just because a lot of people asked us, they love the Portuguese tiles fabric and wanted a bit more. There's the Portuguese tiles fatter quarter panel. So, if you want to make more Portuguese tiles hats, if you've bought the kit and you've got the pattern, you can use the pattern to then cut out more of them. So you've got 4 fatter quarters, so they're bigger than normal. A normal fat quarter is 20 by 27. I think these are 20 by 22. These are, I think, 20 or 19.5 by 27, so they're bigger. So you've got the green print that's on one side of the hat. You've got that lovely green and orange print. You've got this print here that's all the big tiles. And then you've got this print here that's this side of the hat. And then that print there is that side of the hat. So if you wanted to make another Portuguese tiles hat, or you want to use it for your own makes, also along the top of it you've got labels as well. This took forever, I made this belongs. So you can use that for all of your quilts as well. So I know a lot of, we don't do many fatter quarter panels, but this one we did specifically because a lot of people had asked for this fabric. Right, that's all the hats then. So shall I show you? I'm going to show you how to make them now. Now that I've made a right mess. Shall I put my hat on? What's the most popular, but only by 8, is Strawberry Picnic. Closely followed by Lavender Bee. I'm going to wear that one. I'm making the Lavender Bee actually, so I'll wear this one. Just because I needed to cut them out and do them. Right, I'm going to talk to you about patterns first. Sorry, I'm wandering back over. I'm back. Now, I printed mine out because I obviously had them on my printer. But when you do yours, you will trace yours. Don't cut them out because then you won't be able to make other sizes and also some of the instructions on the back. But they're nice and thick. so that you can easily, easy to trace. I have actually put on as well, get yourself some of this because I need to get some more, I've run out of mine. The Dressmaker's pattern paper is absolutely brilliant. I'm really good. I now trace all of my dress patterns. And because I've got a bit, I use it for this. But it's brilliant paper because you can put it on, you can see through it. It's only £8.99 and it's 1 metre wide and 10 metres long. So if you haven't got any tracing paper, obviously you can use greaseproof paper or something, but this is better because it lays flatter. You can iron it to get the roll out. But for tracing patterns, it's brilliant because you're going to use this over and over again. You might be using the small, because you've got 4 sizes and 2 styles. That's 8 patterns in total. So if you haven't got any of this, get some dressmaking pattern paper, and you must get some more. It's really good. And if it gets all creased, like mine does quite often, you can just iron it on a low temperature and it will come back again. So look at your pattern, measure your head. At the beginning, it tells you small, medium, like it tells you what size, and it says measure just above your ears all round your head. And then just choose the one that's closest to you. And I would go, obviously, because there's only an inch difference in that circumference. So I would go bigger, don't go down, because otherwise it won't fit. But that's the right size, because obviously this is lined. So you don't want it to be, it isn't going to end up that size. It's obviously bigger. There's ease put into this as well. Then when you've done that, decide, so say you're doing small is red. So you trace round the on-fold and then the red line, and then write on your pattern, write body, write the fold line on, but also put the size so that you know from when you want to make another one. Then do the crown, and again, the crown is half a piece. I do it as half a piece. I mean, it does save space, but actually the main reason is it's more accurate. If you cut something on the fold symmetrically, then it is going to be more accurate than if you turn it round and cut it. Then when you do the brim, this is where you need to decide between bucket and floppy sun hat. So obviously if you want to go for bucket like I'm wearing, you just cut along the red, trace along the red dashed line. If you're going floppy sun hat, you trace along, this is if you're doing small, you trace along the red solid line. So do that, and then this is what you'll end up with. I obviously printed mine out. So I've got the small here. This is where I printed out the medium. So just write on them, because I did a medium hat, so they can see I've gone along the orange lines. And then for the brim for this one, I did a bucket. So I've got mine. I've kept mine. So just mark the grain line on and mark the size that you've cut. Then you can cut out all the pattern pieces. So this is, I'm going to show you how to do this. Actually, let's just turn my iron on, because I've cut out the others, but when you're cutting out the crown, it all works in the same way. I've put my label on, so it says crown outer. Only because if you cut it all out and then you come back a week later, you might forget which piece is which. You probably won't, but I like to get into the habit of cutting it, and then I know which is which. So take your crown and fold it in half. Doesn't really, I mean, you can find, it doesn't matter whether it's right sides together or wrong sides. And it does, and because it's circular, it doesn't matter whether you go across the centre of the bee or not. And then I would press that line in place. Then take your pattern, and where it says place on fold, place that on the fold. But what's important, because Amy's worked out the print so that whatever size you do, it will be central, make sure it's central. So you could do it this way by folding that and then folding that, or you can do it by measuring. I'm going to do it by folding. So there's the centre, there's my centre. That just means that particularly for this print where the bee is in the centre, if you do it this way, then you can be absolutely certain it's in the centre. When you're using your pattern again for something else, you might have a directional fabric. So always do it central like that. And then I'm just going to, sorry, just get my scissors. Right, cut it out. So obviously you've got that bit left over, but that's because that's the extra bit for people with bigger heads. So if you're doing the small one, you'll have more left over. but I didn't, to do panels for all different sizes, then there'd be different costs and be very complicated, so it was just easier to put it all together. So now I've got my crown outer, and if you want, you can put the label back on. You might remember. Then you do exactly the same to make your 2 bodies. But you can make this, I've made them, you can make it in an afternoon. It's really quick, because I'm showing you. So it's a really nice, quick little project for you to do. So you can see, look, you could make this with your children, couldn't you? So there's the small one, folded. And so I cut out my 2 body outers, and then I cut out the 2 brims. Now, what you need to do now, this is entirely up to you, is think about interfacing. I decided with all of mine, I've put interfacing in the brim, but not in the rest of the hat. You don't even have to put it in the brim if you don't want, or you can put it in the whole hat. I decided I'd put mine in the brim. It just gives, it's a bit more stability. Same with the floppy hat as well. It just gives it a bit more stability. And I've used a medium weight interfacing. So once you've cut them out, put your interfacing on the back, press it in place, and then trim it so it's the same size. And then you've got a body outer and a brim outer. So what we're going to do now is make the body, because the body and the brim are in 2 halves. So there's one half, and then here's the other half. They are, luckily, exactly the same size, because you've used the same pattern piece. Loved making these. They're so easy to make. Oh, thank you, Carol. Are the hats easy for a beginner? I think so. I think so. The hardest bit is cutting it all out, really. I think they are. So, well, watch this. I tell you what I would say is, if you're really not sure, follow the video tutorial. If you go onto the Amber Makes website in the tutorial section, you can see the video tutorial there. Have a look, and you'll know whether you think you can do it, but also you can follow me. So all of what I'm showing you now, I'm doing in the video. So look, I've pinned the 2 bodies together. I'm using a 1/4 inch seam allowance, and I'm going to sew the bodies together. So if you've not done sewing before, also it starts off quite easy. And it's a really good learning thing. You're going to learn how to measure. You're going to learn how to sew things together in circles. Also, give it a go. Why not get the kit if you haven't done it before? And you could even make it in some spare fabric first if you want to have a practice. Always press your seams after you've sewn them, because it sets the seam. And then open it out a little bit like this, and I'm going to press that seam open. It's easier when you join it together later if you press the seam open. Right, and then I'm just going to press that seam open. So this is easy so far, isn't it? Right, so I've now joined my, I'll show you what it looks like. I've joined my body together. So that's the bit that goes around my head. And now I'm going to join the brim together. Also, I think for a beginner, you haven't got anything fussy like fastenings or anything. It really is just sewing. And if you practice on some spare fabric, because also the outer and the lining are made in exactly the same way, so you'll be making 2 hats. So if you want to practice, or you want to check your size if you're really not sure, just make one side of the hat first in some spare fabric. So I'm just going to pin those together. And now I'm going to create the whole brim. And the brim circumference is worked out so that it will fit around the body, and then they're sewn together, and then the body, its circumference is worked out so it will fit around the crown. So you haven't got to do any working out. I've done all that bit for you and made lots of them to make sure it all works. And again, before you do anything else, just take a little bit of care with that one if you've got interfacing on it, as in don't press it for too long, because when you press on top of interfacing, if you press for too long, you melt it. So what I do with that, I quickly open up the seam, and then I'll turn it over and press on this side. Then you can press it for longer without melting the interfacing. Obviously, you could use a pressing cloth, and then that will save it. If you haven't got one of those, then just do it quickly. Right, so now we've got the brim and the body and the crown. So now we're going to join them all together. So now you're going to learn how to join things in a circle. So this is where you do need to fold it in half because, well, if you want to be super neat, I want the bee to be running down the centre of my hat and the seams of the body will go on the side. So I'm going to make sure I've folded it in half so I'm going right across the centre of the bee because obviously you could fold it in half anyway, any which way, but I'm going to do it so it's going across the centre of the bee. And then I'm going to mark with a pin. You can do it with a pen, but I find it's easier with a pin because you can match it up. Have I done that in the right place here? Then, that's my 2 halfway points. To get my quarter points, match up those 2 pins. I'm going to put another couple little press marks in just because it's easier to see. And there, put a pin in that one. And a pin in that one. So now I've got the quarter points of my crown. And remember, all of this is in your video tutorial, so you haven't got to remember it, it's all in there. It's very obvious that that's the top of the crown, the body, sorry, and that's the bottom of the body, because the curve on that one is shallower, and that's the way the print's facing as well. So we've got the halfway points of the body, because those are the seams. So to make the quarterway points, put the seams right sides facing, match them up, and do it at the bottom because we can mark this at the same time. If I press that, then that's marked those points in. You can always press them out later. Then mark the quarter point here and that quarter point here. And we'll need these quarter points when we sew the brim on. So I'm actually going to put these in at the same time. If you want to put them in, and to make sure the pins don't come out because you're going to be sewing, I always put a pin that I want to leave in for a while. If you put it in 2 or 3 times, it's less likely to fall out. It just saves you marking it later. And also I find if you mark it with an erasable pen, sometimes you iron it out. So do that. So now I'm going to join them together. You need to sew it. When you're sewing a curved item to a straight item or a slightly curved, always put the piece that's got the shallowest curve or the straight edge. With this one, it's the shallowest curve on top because that's the one that's more flexible. So I want the sides of the body of my hat, because they're going to sit on the sides of my head, to come from here to here so that the bee is facing the right way. You might not mind which way it faces, but if you do want to, or if you're using your own fabric and you want the print to find the right way, then just make sure that you've got the seam on those halfway bits that go through the centre. Match up the seam with that quarter point and then work your way round and match up all of the quarter points. And then match them all the way around. And the reason that you do this is obviously I've worked this out so that it fits together exactly. But if you just pin this together all the way around without matching quarter points, you'll get to the end and it won't fit, just because that's what happens. But now we're nicely anchored. So all you have to do is pin between. So what I do when I'm pinning a piece like this is I sort of ease it in all the way around and I'll pin it about halfway. Pop your pins in. The other way to do it is lay the crown down flat and just push that into place and then push pins through your ironing board and into the fabric. That's nicely held and then you can just pop them into place. I just find if it's a really steep curve, particularly if you're doing something else and you've got a straight edge on a curve, you can't really ease it like this on your board. But if you're making this hat, you can. And it's a much easier way to get it to match up. So you pin that, and then you've got to keep working all the way round to do all 4 of them. So you'll have to just bear with me for a moment. But this is probably the trickiest part of doing the hat, I'd say. So if you're a beginner, this is your hardest bit. And actually, if you can see me doing it here, see how easy that is. Oh, someone's asked about our angel policy, and that's absolutely fine. Obviously, if you sell my patterns or my kits, I won't be best pleased. But if you make something, that's absolutely fine. And also, it'd be quite nice if the person or you're selling them, if you tell them it's for my pattern, that'd be quite nice because then they might buy one. But that's absolutely fine. But if you sell my patterns or my kits, I won't be very pleased. I won't know, but I still won't be pleased. Well, I might know. You never know. just because it takes quite a long time to do it. So please don't sell them. But if you want to sell them, they're great in patchwork. Use all your scraps of fabric. And use your scraps of fabric and join them all together to make one big piece of fabric and use that to cut out. It's a lot easier than trying to do one pattern piece at a time. So just take your time. The more pins you put in, obviously the longer it takes, but the more it will match up. The most important thing is that these raw edges must match up. If they don't match up, if you've got one that's slightly overlapping or going beyond another, then it really won't work properly. So do take the time to match them up. But this is honestly the hardest bit of making the hat. Right, I'm almost there. And once you've pinned it, you've kind of done the hard bit. Now, the reason that you do it with the biggest curve on top is because, I really haven't done that one very well. If you get to the end and you've got a bit of extra because you're rushing, just go back along that quarter and ease it back in shape. If you've not cut it exactly, or maybe you're using a different fabric that's a bit thicker, if it's not fitting brilliantly, cut some small snips in the top fabric, the body fabric, and then you can curve it round better. I don't need to do this because it does fit. Now I'm going to sew them together. So the reason you've got the more curved bit on the top is that the flatter piece, which is the crown, can sit on the bottom. I know that's going to be fine. This is the piece that might have little tucks or curves in it, and I can keep control and see what's going. Now, normally, we always say to people, don't sew over your pins, and you really shouldn't sew over your pins, but I'm going to because I've got a lot of curves here. If you're a beginner as well, it's quite hard to keep all those curves in place and sew. You don't have to sew over your pins at all. You can take them out as you reach them. I'll show you, take them out. So you can, but only take them out just as you reach them. But if I find it easier, you have to stitch slowly though. You mustn't go fast. And I am not saying that sewing over your pins is a good thing, but we all do it. Well, lots of us do it. But do you see what I mean? When I got to this bit, I can see there's almost like a slight pleat, but I can even that out. I mean, it's not brilliant for your needle. It's not bad for your machine. Your needle doesn't like it very much. But I find particularly if you've got some really, really tight curves, it's enough bother trying to sew round the curve and keep your 1/4 inch seam allowance without worrying about taking out pins. But if you are going to sew over your pins, just do it slowly. Because if you hit a pin at speed, it's not a good thing. Right, so there's me. I've sewn all the way round. I would never dream of selling your patterns or fabrics. Your hard work in creating these is to be admired. Thank you, Tracy. Oh, bless. And you know, 99% of people probably say the same thing, but there's always that 1%, isn't there? So thank you very much, though. Right, now I've attached that. You see, so the bit that takes all the time is the pinning, isn't it? Right, for this kit, just to warn you, the Lavender Bee, we've got more in baskets than we've actually got in stock. So if you want to buy this one, you need to get checked out on that one. Right, have I got all my pins out? Yes. So there is the top. We've done that bit. You see, so now, obviously I've made loads of them, so I can pin it quite quickly. So it might take you a little bit longer to pin it, but it's not too bad. At this stage, you can then see whether you've got any creases or anything, but it will fit, 'cause I've worked it all out to fit. I would take the time at this stage to press it. I'm not going to, I'll show you just a little bit. You can choose whether you press the seam open or to one side. And you can pin it, you can press it then. So I won't do that, but just press it like that so it's open. Now, as an optional detail, if you want to, you can top stitch inside the crown all the way round. Let me just go and get one of my, have I got one in that? Have I done it in that one? Yes. Let me just show you. You don't have to do this, but can you see on this hat? So at this stage, if you work a top stitch just on the edge of the crown all the way round, working from the right side. It's just a nice little detail. Oh, the lemon Mediterranean is sold out, but that's not optional. You don't have to do that. Right, now we're going to put the brim on. So we've got to mark the quarter points. So pop the, remember you can easily see that's obviously where that's the shallower curve, so that's the top of the brim. It's also on the pattern, you'll know that's the top of the brim because that's the way it's written. That's the wider curve. So put the two seams together, and then we're going to make the quarter points. You don't have to press them, you can just put pins in. I'm going to use these immediately, so therefore I don't have to put my pins in several times. You can mark these, but I find that when you're matching up 2 points, it's easier if you put pins in because you can see them sticking above. Remember, we already did it, we put the quarter points in here. So start by matching. Again, we want the bigger curve on top, so the bigger curve is your brim. So start by matching the seams up. So that's your halfway points. And then you need to have the body inside. Now match up all your quarter points. And this is, you can see now why I use pins to match. If I'd used a mark, I'd be looking to see, but I can see my 2 pins sticking out above. So I can easily match that up, and I can just take that 1 pin out, match up the next seam. So it's the same process. And then match up the next 2. So that's all your quarter points anchored. Now I found that the bigger the curve, the easier it is to put together, because actually when it's a big curve like this, you can actually like just pull it slightly. Well, it doesn't work with really tight curves, but you can actually just pull it slightly and do it on your ironing board, which I did with the other one, but you can then mark halfway points. If you do find it tricky doing this, then the more anchoring points you have, the better. So you could mark 8 points by folding it in half and marking half, quarters and half again. So sometimes that's a bit easier. So match it up all the way round. But you see what I mean? When it's so, I mean, I know when you're doing yours, don't rush it like I am. And obviously I'm trying to get mine done quite quickly so that I can show you what it looks like. But when you do yours, if you get back to the quarter point like I did before and you find it doesn't fit, honestly, take the time now to make sure that the curves fit rather than having to unpick it later. But you see what I mean? You can actually curve it, but use your ironing board as your little stabbing anchor point. Or what's really good is sometimes I find on my ironing board where the metal frame is below, the pins won't go all the way through, which is quite annoying. So if you've got a wool pressing mat, I keep that on my ironing board all the time, and that's really good for doing this anchoring. It also means that you can pin all the way along, and then you can see whether or not it fits, because you can then adjust it at that point. But when I'm doing this at home, I do it a lot slower. I am rushing it. It's still fitting though. Final one, but I just really want to show you joining them together. So right, and then the last one. And when I do the video, I do it a bit slower as well, so you can really see. Okay, so now, I think I've done them all. There we go, it's all pretty. I'm going to sew it together. Doesn't matter where you start with your sewing, because it's circular. And again, you don't need to reverse to start with, because you can reverse at the end and go over the stitches. As you ease it round, just push your hand underneath like that and make sure, or you can look, make sure that the fabric beneath is flat, because obviously you're sewing the brim to the body. The body isn't like the crown where it's a flat circle, it's slightly curved. So just push it underneath, just because the most curved pleats or creases will happen on the top with the brim, but just make sure, because sometimes it gets a little bit pleated underneath. This is why I don't take my pins out, because then I'm not having to think of 3 things at once. But if you're not happy doing this, honestly, just take them out as you go along, but take them out just before you reach them. I've done plenty of these where I haven't really checked the underneath before, and I've ended up creasing it a bit and then having to unpick. But if you're a beginner to sewing, I think you can do this, because this is the trickiest part. And it's so lovely to be able to wear something you've made. And if you haven't got into dressmaking yet and you think, oh, I don't want to tackle that, start with a hat. Once you've got the confidence to do that, a lot of those skills that you've used, you can use again. Right, I've gone all the way around now. So I can take all of my pins out. This is where your magnetic pin dish comes in really handy, because you can just throw them at it. But I haven't got one here. I have 3 magnetic pin dishes. Love them. One for picking up pins off the floor, one for my sewing machine, one for the ironing board. And I have my favourites. I'm quite organised. You see, what I can do with my magnetic pin dish, I don't have to pick all these up, I just go over it. When I'm sewing at home, I make a terrible mess, but I always tidy it up at the end of the day. So there is your hat done, the outer. Luckily, I have made the lining in advance. A bit creased. The only difference between the outer and the lining is when you join the body pieces together, you leave a turning gap, because that is the only place that you will have to hand sew. So to sew them together, I don't think I've got much more time. You place them right sides facing and matching up the seams. This is really easy because these curves are exactly the same. You match it, mark your quarter points and match it all the way round. There's just one thing that I want to show you. Have I got time? Can I have time? Yeah, okay, brilliant. Because I really want to show you this. Because I work... Now, do match your quarter points when you do this as well, which I obviously haven't done. But actually, because this is the same curve, it's not, you're not matching 2 different curved sizes. Again, this is a really good way, pop it on your ironing board and do it like this. So this next thing, sew that together all the way around, which I'm not going to do because of time. You've sewn it together all the way around. This isn't in the video because I came up with this idea the other day, that when I made the other sun hats, to make sure that the lining and the body stayed together, I hand stitched through this seam and through that seam, which you can do. That's a really easy way, and it just holds those 2 crowns together. But another thing you can do after do you know what, I'm going to just sew it together. They'll have to complain that I'm too late, because it's a lot easier to see. I know I haven't pinned it together, but I'm just going to sew it all the way round, because then it will be easier. And because this was something that I worked out recently, it's not in the video or in the instructions. It's just a little sewing together hack for you. So you will obviously have pinned yours. You won't be doing it like this, because if you get to the end and it doesn't fit, although they're exactly the same size, because you've got potentially, if you've used interfacing, you've got one piece of fabric that's got interfacing and one not. They can sort of, they can be slightly different just because of the pressing. So do pin it together. Don't do what I do. Right, so that's all sewn around the brim. So now I've got my 2 hats joined together all the way round. And what you would do normally now is turn it right sides out through the turning gap in the lining. But if you want to join the crowns together to give your hat more structure, open it out like this. So there's the seam of the lining crown where it joins the body, and then follow that along with your finger, and there's the seam where it joins the other one, and put them together like that. Okay? And pin them. And then go round to the other side. There's that seam, the seam that joins the crown, going across the 2 brims, back along the body, back up to the other crown. You've got to make sure that you've got the same seams, otherwise you'll twist it. Put them together and pin it. Now, you won't be able to sew it all the way around, because if you do, you won't be able to turn your hat right sides out. So pin it together halfway round. So you'll have to tuck it in. But once you've pinned those two halves, you'll be able to see where it goes. Just the important thing here is that you make sure that you haven't got, this fabric is nice and flat. What we're going to do now, just the same way if you've seen me do my box corner thingy, how to sew those together, is we're going to sew within the seam allowance. If you don't want to do this on your machine, you could just hand sew this together. So I would pin it all the way round, halfway, and then about a quarter of the way round. So in total, 3/4 of the way round. I'll just do a little bit and then I can show you what it looks like. So about 3/4 of the way round, because you won't be able to do the whole thing. So push it all in. What I do though, is I pin it all the way round because it just holds it together. It then looks like a round Cornish pasty or a whoopee cushion. Do these love whoopee cushions? Oh, I just find that hilarious. So, you see what I mean? It looks like a funny little thing. So mark where you're, so I'm not going to stitch all the way round. Actually, I'm going to put another pin in so I remember to stop stitching. You can do about 3/4. So just make sure that it's nice and flat and then stitch it within the seam allowance. So just a tiniest, like an 1/8 of an inch from the edge. If you don't want to do this by machine, although to be honest, the bulk isn't too bad, then do it by hand. But this will give your hat more structure and make it look better. And remember, you've put that extra pin in so you know where to stop. Because it's about 3/4 you can get to. Don't go all the way round because you won't be able to do it. So this bit is not in the instructions because I only worked this out recently when I made the second lot of hats. I'm always trying to do things now where you sew things together from the inside. Right, so now I've got like an oyster, or is it a clam, opening up. So turn it right sides up. Just double check that on the other side that you haven't sewn beyond the seam allowance. Turn it right out like that. Then find your turning gap in your body, which will be somewhere. Not that side. You might have to turn it round again. You'll find it. There we go. There's my turning gap. And then turn it right sides out through the turning gap. And obviously this makes it a bit more fiddly. So this is something you don't have to do. You don't even have to sew the two crowns together. I just find that it sits better if you do. So you'll have to fiddle with that a little bit. Right, now I've turned it right sides out. There we go. The rest of the finishing, like top stitching the brim and adding detail, is all in the instructions. But I just wanted to show you that bit. So now I've got my two hats. You're going to press them beautifully, but this, let me show you, is now joined to that. So that's not going to come apart, and that is what will give your hat more structure. Takes a little bit of time, only a little bit, totally optional. Once you've pressed that, you will have a hat the same as mine. There we go. So that's how to do it. So shall I just go back through the kits and see what we've got? Right, so the three new ones, well, we've got the lavender bee, which is the one that I've got. There's only 35 of this one left and 83 in basket. So that's the lavender bee. Now you know how to make it because I've shown you. And you've got a video tutorial, so don't worry. Just remember the day because you might want to watch back that little bit about joining the two crowns. Strawberry picnic. Strawberry picnic, which can either be the gingham side with strawberries, or it can be the straw hat side. Yeah, low double figures of that one. Loads of that one in baskets. Be quick with that one. And then the final one for all the Portuguese tiles lovers out there. Yep. Double figures for that one. And orange on the other side. I have to go down so you can see the top of my hat. There we go. Right. Oh, God, I feel quite hot now. It's hot wearing a hat inside. I have almost made, see, look how quickly, I obviously cut that out in advance. You know, honestly, afternoon and you've done it. Thank you so much. I will see you back here in a couple of minutes' time, where it's all your sewing room essentials, but it's all those really low-priced, nifty little gadgets that we've got back in stock. So I'll be showing how to use them. Oh, invisible thread. We'll be talking about that in a minute. I'll see you back in a couple of minutes' time.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Ever heard of a design roll? It's a bundle of pre-cut fabric strips, each typically 2.5 inches wide and the full width of the fabric. Design rolls are made up of coordinating prints and colours, making them perfect for quilts, patchwork or other strip sewing projects. No cutting or matching needed, just unroll and start creating. Design roll, a simple way to bring your project to life.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Welcome to Sewing Street. Lovely quilt, just saying. Lovely quilt. We've almost sold out of it. I have to keep mentioning it and stroking it before we have to send it back to Free Spirit, who will want it back, or Robin Ruth, who designed it. It's beautiful, isn't it? We have got like 3 or 4 of them left. So if you want to get the kit, I am going to talk about it at 12 and open the box and show you if we've got any left. But it is the most amazing quilt. It's not for beginners. It's not ridiculously difficult, but it's a quilt that you are going to love making as much as you're going to love owning. Oh, and we've got 4 left. I knew there was 3 or 4 left. Oh, I absolutely love it. It's Mariner's Compass. The kit comes with the Robin Ruth ruler. That's 60 quid on its own. We've taken 50, is it 50 or 40 pounds off the price. It's all William Morris fabric. You've got beautiful, really cool applique. What, you know that applique where you sew it with interfacing on the inside and then you turn it over, so it's really easy to do. And the Mariner's Compass, I mean, Delphine demonstrated it yesterday, so you can watch back the video, but we've got to send this back. So we thought, do you know what? We've got 4 left. Well, we had more than that actually at the beginning. We've sold quite a few. We've got to get this sent back. But if I was going to buy this, I'd want to see the kit, the quilt. So anyway, we'll be talking about it at 12, but just in case you've just tuned in and wonder. Right, friction pens. Honestly, I went up last week and said to Barry, where are the friction pens? He goes, I know, I'm having real trouble getting hold of them. Anyway, he did the job, he got them in, and Ben stole them all and put them all in his schedule. So we've got them all today because I love a friction pen. So let's start with the clicky tops. No way, nearly a year since we had them. I'm going to open them up just so you can see. Ooh. Clicky top. Now, for me, the clicky tops are brilliant because, oh, I've managed to take the whole thing. Well, that's ruined that then, hasn't it? Well, that'll have to be the studio sample. Right, there we go. The clicky top, oh, I haven't put it on together. Anyway, that sits on. The best thing about the clicky top is that you don't have to remember to put the lid on, and I forget to put my lids on and then they dry up. So it's not that's the rubber. It's the bit that you would put on your shirt pocket so they close. If you know what a friction pen is, you will know how brilliant these are. You're getting 4 for £10.99, which is a great price. If green, red, blue, and black. If you don't know what they are your sewing best friend. You can write on fabric with them. I always test to make sure it comes out. I yet haven't found the fabric. It hasn't come out of. Oh, my microphone's. Oh, what, unhappy? Is that okay? Right. Okay. And then you just iron it and it disappears. So if you're marking seam allowances, quilting, it's brilliant for marking quilting lines. So if you're quilting like, whether you're doing a free, like a curved design or you want to do diagonally, mark it all with your ruler using these, quilt along them, iron them off. Embroidery, write your embroidery transfer. I put all of my details, even if I've like got fabric and I've labelled it, I draw it on with these. It's brilliant having all 4 colours because then you can use different colours to show up on different fabrics or to talk about different things. So maybe I might have like one for the seam allowances, one for the notches, one for this, one for that. Can I have a bit of fabric, Finn? Yeah, that's a big idea, isn't it? Sorry, that was me. Oh, and I've had my microphone on all morning. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, that'll do. Thank you very much. I'm just making sure it's okay. Right. Right, so individually, these friction pens are £3.99. This is why it's such a bargain. So look, you can just write on, this is a jersey. Look how well you can even write on a jersey with it. You can write on quilting cotton, and then when you iron it, it just irons off, actually. And they just close down. That's absolutely brilliant, isn't it? You can't really see it very well on there, can you? But, you see, you just then go, oh, well, I can't see it as well on that one. So you just get another piece. I need a bit of cotton fabric, really. But even on jersey, this is fine, isn't it? There we go. And then you just get your iron, and it irons off. They're absolutely brilliant. You've got all 4 colours. So they used to do them with lids, but this is the new thing, is the clicky top. And I get through so many of these because I use them so much for marking all different things. They're brilliant for marking embroidery because obviously you can trace the line beautifully. Can I have an iron as well, Ben?
An iron?
An iron. There is one over there. He's got me some fabric. Then I can show it comes off. That's better, a bit of calico. You can see it better. It's got paint on it.
That was me.
Right, it will draw better now. Let's write my name. So if I wanted to embroider my name on something, I could just write my name. See, it writes really well without dragging as well, look. And then if I wanted to do, then I can put other bits on, green lines.
This is hot. This is already hot.
Well, it's hot because I've just been using it. So we might be all right. Would you like to have a go? Da, da, da. That's magic.
Cool, isn't it? Yeah, that is magic. Right.
Isn't that magic? Just put it down.
Yeah, but let's not put it like this because we'll melt out.
Let's not. Let's
This
just,
could be-
I'll tell you what, we'll just put it there for
I
now.
don't know why I'm so stressed about the iron today.
Stop being stressed about the iron. And it comes in a little container as well, so you can put them all in like this and keep them. So the great thing about buying them in the pack of 4 is it's £10.99. So you're saving money. One of them is £3.99, so that's £4. So 4 of them should be 16, but it's not. It's 11, isn't it? So basically, I hate these 99 pences. You're saving yourself a £5, aren't you? There is a way to put this lid back on properly, but and it might be another year till we get the back. Oh, I know what it does, is that when you then put it on the other way, it's a stand, isn't it? But because I've managed to pull the top off. But it has been a whole year. But isn't this great? So you think of like when you want to mark a seam allowance on, or say you're doing like half square triangles, you've got to draw that diagonal line, and you want to draw your seam lines, but you don't want to use a pencil, it might mark the fabric, use this. Because they don't drag on the fabric, you can easily draw them. Right, and then iron, should have an ironing board really, but there we go. Look at that, completely gone. You do have to let it cool down a bit before you, because if you draw back on that now, see, it just disappears. So the other thing is you don't have to use an iron. 2 things. So if you're marking something like that you don't want to press, like a PU or something in a place that you don't want to press because it's quite hard. So I was marking the top of a circle where I couldn't get into it. Hairdryer, that takes it off. Also, they're called friction pens because they actually come off with heat, and heat is created by friction or irons or hairdryers. So you see the rubbery bit. It's not a rubber, it's not an eraser, but what it does is it creates friction. There you go. And it disappears. So it's not a rubber, so it won't wear out, but it just creates the friction. Brilliant for writing, like if you're doing gift tags and you want to reuse them. just iron them off. But I use them all the time for marking all my little seam allowances and things. But I do use them for embroidery because if I've traced, maybe I want to personalise something and write someone's name, I'll print it out so it's in a really nice font just to the right size. I can then trace it with this, embroider over it, whether that's machine or whether that's by hand, and you just press it off. And they're just wonderful. I would not be without my friction pens. So you are saving a £5 by buying all 4. Right, yes, a lot of our stock has gone and we ordered a lot of them. Now that picture is actually the old packaging. So not the old packaging, there's 2 ways of packaging it. You can either get them in the brown paper thing or this, where you get it in the special holder. And this is the special holder. Now, we've got exactly the same pens, but these are brighter colours. Really popular. So can I open this one? Because it does wreck the pack. Yeah, let's open it. It does wreck the packaging when you open it. But hey ho. Just because they glue it on. But at least I haven't managed to... Oh dear. Yeah, it does wreck the packaging. Well, it's because the packaging is glued on. So this is the same thing, okay, but different. Different colours. So these are different colours. So obviously that doesn't show up brilliantly, but these are for darker fabrics. Have we got a bit of navy fabric, anybody? Is that a big ask? He's going to have a look. So we've got apricot, sky blue, purple and coral pink. So you might use these for darker fabrics. You might just want different colours. I tend to use a different colour. So sometimes if I'm embroidering, I'll do some colours in one to try different things. Or if I'm marking different points, I might want different colours. And different colours show up on different fabrics. So again, £10.99, you're saving yourself a £5. They're exactly the same size.
Is it going to work on this?
What is that?
This is velvet, but on the back of it.
Velvet?
Yeah.
It's posh,
it's
isn't it?
Barren in terms of...
Barren in the terms of fabric, because we're not a sewing shop.
Yeah,
we just haven't got much fabric. Yeah, no, that one, you have to try all the different ones to see. See, look, the blue shows up on that. But if you're using a navy, that blue isn't going to show up. So you need like the right colour. But you see even marks on the back of fabric. So what's great about having all these colours is I do have lots of different colours because of different fabrics. So this, I would say, is the lightest one that we have. And so that will be good for your darker fabrics. Now, these are all, I'm pretty sure, the medium nib. Are they all medium? Which is my favourite. Okay, they're all medium. And I find for marking fabric, for doing dressmaking or home sewing or quilting, whatever, the medium is the best one. It's the kind of the Goldilocks size. So this is the one that you're going to use for the majority of what you do. And they come in the different things. So what I would suggest is get both packs. Get the darker colours and then get these brighter colours as well. They're also really good. A lot of kids use them for doing their schoolwork and their homework in because obviously they're really easy. They're easy to rub out, so you can immediately get rid of them. So obviously these aren't the clicky ones. These have got the lids. You've got to remember to put the lid back on. But they have got the rubbery bit. And you can write secret messages with them. You can reuse all your cards by just writing the messages in that. And then this. But yeah, but don't sign anything official in it. What you will find is if it gets really cold, so if you put what you've marked in an aeroplane, just saying, and it goes in the hold, the marks will come back. So that's good to know. You can iron them off again. I only know that because I met some people who've been to a quilt fair in the States and all their quilt marks came back when they got the other side. But they will iron off. But what is good is if you've marked something and you iron it off and it's disappeared and you didn't mean for it to, and it's like a big embroidery design, chuck it in the freezer and they'll come back. Right, the last pack that we have, these are the fine ones. So those are the ones that I use in the main. Look at these. And they come in that lovely pack. These are the fine ones. They come in different colours. So these are brilliant for using for embroidery or for finer marking. These are nice, aren't they? I haven't used these before. I'm selling these to myself. These are lovely. What are these called? Just fine liner 1.3, whereas the others are 0.7. How does that work then? 0.7 mil. Well, oh, okay. That's roller. This is the difference. Okay, these are not finer. These are a different type of pen. Those are roller, and these are fine liner. So this is almost, well, these are fine liner pens. So you actually, I think these actually draw better. So I would say if you're doing drawing with them, they have less, they feel like they have less drag. I don't think they have very much. So the fine liner isn't the nib size, it is the type of pen. You know, like when you get finers, they're more like felt tips, aren't they? But these are actually a bit thicker. These are a bit thicker as far as the point goes than the others. So they're not fine, they're fine liners. So I would use these if I was doing embroidery designs or where I wanted to do it very precisely, or maybe a more challenging fabric. Oh, on this jersey. Yeah, see, I'm wondering whether these will work better on a jersey. Yeah. See, yeah, see, look, if I'm marking on the jersey, that's with that one. Then I'll get this one. It worked, but look, there's more of a drag. I had to sort of hold it and do this. But if I do this, there we go. So, although this is 0.7 mil, so it's medium, this is 1.3 mil, so it's slightly thicker, but because it's a fine liner, it doesn't seem to make a thicker line, but this is better for finer drawing because it's more of a felt tip, whereas that's a roller ball. So I would use these for your general cotton fabric, marking quilting, marking seam allowances, doing your embroidery things. For more challenging fabrics like a jersey or a velvet or something with a bit of stretch, or for drawing fine embroidery, I would use these. I haven't got any of these, I need some of those. So I'll just press that off and then, gone. Look at that, gone. Looks like it hasn't because it's got black thread underneath, but completely gone. Right, I need a pack of these as well now. I haven't got any of these. We're going to be limited in all of these, and then I'll have to be back up and saying to Barry, can we have some more pens? But to be honest, you have a shop around these friction pens. I wouldn't say they're not expensive, because expensive means that, I don't know, does expensive mean more than they were? No, they're not cheap and cheerful pens, are they? They are very, very niche, specific, lovely pens. And the only way you're going to get to buy them at a lower price is to buy them in sets, to be honest. You're not to buy, you've got to buy them in packs like this because it's the only way that you get them at this lower price. They are, for the time that they save you, for the accuracy that they give you, they're worth it. They're worth every penny, but get them in the sets. I'd get all three of those. Because you're saving, what did I say, a fiver? £15. Right? Invisible nylon thread. So excited about this because we had it and it sold out. So Paul, chief head honcho of buying, he sent me some of this and said, what do you think of it? Is it any good? And if it is, we'll buy some. Oh, how much do I love being sent free products? Oh, cannot tell you. So I'm quite fussy, actually, because I'm about brands. I'm a brand fussy person. Not that I need to have a brand, but I'm fussy about things being quality. So I had a good research, and YLI comes out as one of the best, if not the best, in reviews, not by me necessarily, but in other reviews from people, as the best invisible nylon thread. So I thought, well, we're on a winner to start with. We'll go with it. And it's basically invisible thread. So I'll take it off. You get absolutely loads in here. So, there we go. It's like a very, very, very fine fishing line. It's extremely fine. It goes, I've got to undo it. Right. It is monofilament. It's invisible thread, which I can't show you because it's invisible. It's brilliant, but it's really, really good quality. Now, what you do with it, it does, you can't even see it. It's really funny too. It's specially made. You might have seen monofilament thread that's used for other things like jewellery making stuff. This is for sewing. It's clear. You only use it in the top, don't use it in the bobbin. Although, to be honest, everyone says don't use it in the bobbin. I thought I'm going to have a go with this. And I wound my bobbin up, but it was fine, so I don't know what they're on about. But it does say don't do it, but I thought I'd have a go. It's fantastic when you don't know what colour thread to use or you don't want your thread to show up. Sometimes I do quilting where I don't really want to see the stitches. I just want the effect. This is brilliant. If you're sewing across all different colours and you don't want to show it up. If you're doing top stitching, I need to put, oh, I've got that bit of velvet. Do you think that'll work? Can you see it if I put it on the bit of velvet? It's invisible, you're not supposed to see it. It's like asking to see Harry Potter's invisible cloak, isn't it? Ridiculous, you can't see it, it's invisible. If you're doing top stitch and you're worried about your stitching not being straight, use this. If you use a thread in your bobbin that's just a thread that sort of matches the fabric, or either a very light thread or very dark, depending on, that will be fine. Although it's sort of bouncy and fine, it's actually really easy to thread. I found it didn't really like my automatic needle threader brilliantly. It did work, but it took a few goes. But actually, because it's nylon, it's not cotton, it's therefore got a little bit of stiffness, so it goes through the needle really easily. It's a lot easier to thread. There's also absolutely loads on the reel. 2,000 yards, 1,828 metres, absolutely loads. There's so many different things. I tell you what it's really good for is mending. So if you want to mend something, use this. Quite often, I'm always mending people's jeans, usually my son's friend's jeans. You know, where you do your zigzag stitching on top. Use that. Invisible mending, you can't see it. So there's so many different things. Since I've had my reel of it, and I keep because he let me keep it, I've used it for so many things where I can't get the right colour or I just don't want my stitching to show up. Use this thread, it's absolutely brilliant. Now, last time we had it in stock, the whole lot went in about 10 minutes. So we've bought more this time. £10.99, but I would say if you're going to buy an invisible nylon thread like this, or monofilament, or whatever you call it, make sure it's a decent quality. Because first of all, whenever I have a new product, I always read people's reviews to see what everyone else thinks and also see what everyone else does with it. And this was one of the ones that came out top. And I think that makes a difference. If you're going to use something, particularly for the first time, you don't want to waste your money on an inferior product. And this, honestly, is brilliant. I mean, it says here it's ideal for quilting. Yes, stitch in the dish. Free motion quilting, brilliant for that. Applique. It's that invisible. Sometimes you want your stitching to show up. It's really good for hanging things on as well. So I always hang my knitted angel above the stable at Christmas. So don't we all? Or I hang baubles in the window. They look nice, but you hang them on that, and you can't see them. It's absolutely brilliant for that, and you get absolutely loads. Just a tip when you store it away, there is a little like nick in it. So do put, if you can find it, it's in there somewhere. Just secure it, or put a piece of tape across the top, because it's not like fishing monofilament thread or beading monofilament thread that's really thick, so it won't all like bumble out. But the other thing when you're sewing with it is that when you cut the thread, before you then sew another length, just pull out a little bit of a longer thread than normal, because it's a little bit bouncy, that the thread will pull in a little bit as you're sewing. So just pull out maybe sort of out the back of your machine, have a little bit longer than you would normally do, just to stop you having to rethread your machine. It's honestly, it's brilliant. £10.99, and you'll be like me, you'll have it, and then you'll suddenly realise what you need it for. You can use it for hand stitching as well. It's fine enough to use, because I tried all of it. I used it in my bobbin. They do say, I don't know why, not that you don't or you can't use it in your bobbin, but it's recommended you use another thread. But I thought, well, I'll have a go because I might want to be invisible. Both sides work fine. Maybe not all machines will like that. But it's just one of those things where you think, oh, I really don't want this stitching to show up, or I don't want the quilting to show, or I'm doing some mending, I haven't got the right thread, particularly when you're, you know, mending something that's really nice and you don't want it all to show up. So it's got a little bit of a, not a shine, but because it's obviously nylon, when you've sewn with it, when you hold the fabric up and move it round slightly, you will be able to see a slight shimmer where it is. So you can see, but it is funny when you're sewing with it. So when you thread your machine, make sure that you follow it all round, because you often can't see it and you think, have I gone through that bit? So do it very carefully. But it's amazing, absolutely amazing. I'll leave it with you for now. Oh, Ben has made a new John James bundle. And the reason he's made this, oh, I can't read them all, is Ben's dad, I'm going to have to go round one moment, because my arms are not long enough. Funnily enough. These desks are so long, so wide. Right, so Ben's dad works at John James, production manager. He's been there, what, 50 years? 50 years today. That is a long time. So we're going to celebrate the fact that, because John James' factory is in Redditch, where we are. So, it was what? Oh, it was visited by Charles Dickens, what, when he was doing a bit of sewing? Oh, he mentions it even, that he went there. I mean, we've got the needle factory in Redditch that goes back years. I went to have a look round it once. They had amazing needles there. But the John James factory is in Redditch, and Ben's dad's been there 50 years. So in honour of that, Ben has made the variety bundle, which I reckon you must have put every needle that we've got in stock here. Everything. Oh, he has. It's still an amazing price. £38.81. Let me tell you what you've got in it now. I've got them all. In no particular order. You've got a twin machine needle. That's nice. Maybe I should put all the machine needles in first. Oh, dear. Then you've got universal. You've got a pack of universal sizes 9 to 14, 130. You've got 3 leather needles. You've then got you've got 5 universal, but in different sizes. I think that's all the machine needles. Okay, well, that's the machine needles. Right, as far as hand needles, so you've got your leather needles and you've got your universal needles and a twin needle. As far as hand sewing needles we've got a pack of embroidery needles. Those are also called crewels, so brilliant for all your hand embroidery. Sharps, that's all your needles that you use for your hand sewing, like hemming, buttonholes, all of that. You've got long darners. These are great for sewing, like if you've got to get through several layers, like we're sewing buttons through big layers, because they're nice and long. They're also really good for darning. You've got your quilting needles, which are obviously very short and very sharp and used for quilting. Milliner's needles, which originally were used for hat making, it's also called straws, but I use these for EPP, and I use them a lot for hand sewing as well, because they're a little bit longer. They're really good for doing French knots, because they've got a longer shaft on them. We've got gold-plated quilting needles, so they slip through the fabric much better. We've got tapestry needles, which are obviously used for cross-stitch. Tapestry, also good for sewing in wool ends. Long beading needles, these will sew on even the finest seed beads. Cross-stitch needles, which are tapestry needles, but these are just size 24. They're also gold-plated, so they will go through, they will last longer, and they won't, the surface of needles after a while does come off and they go a bit black. The gold plating will last longer. Big eye quilting, they're exactly the same as the normal quilting. The only difference is the eyes are a bit bigger, so they're just easier to thread. They do the same thing, everything that's exactly the same. And there's the leather hand sewing needles, purely for sewing on leather, don't use them on PU. Then curved quilting needles, which are really good for tacking quilts, but they're also really good for when you make fabric boxes and you're sewing like a right angle, they're really good for that, but they are really good for tacking quilts together. Then we've got a pack of 33 craft needles, which include tapestry, crewel, doll making, quilting, candle wicking and beading. Is that the same thing? So we can't have 2 packs of that. And then we've got 50 hand sewing needles, which have all of this in. I mean, the tapestry, chenille, darners, sharps, betweens, embroidery. Look at all of that, you see. Yes. See, in Taco Limited, that's who makes the John James, Redditch, Worcestershire. And you also get a pebble, which is basically embroidery needles, but it's a nice little clippy open flippy case for keeping them in. Oh, look, this is the slide. Oh, there's it. So this is what Charles Dickens says. We have been to Redditch, that remarkable little town, to see needles made, because our English needles of today are spreading all over the known world. Wherever exchange of commodities is going on, we are allowed to go over the Victoria Works, the manufacture of Mr. John James, that so many needles should go forth into the world from one house is wonderful enough, but the making ready for sale exhibits a miracle of dexterity. No way. Well, you can't argue with history, can you? It's amazing. Because I had a look. I've been around the factory twice, and yeah, the machinery they can't buy new parts. They have to actually repair it. So I think they have a section there of people who make the parts to mend the machinery. They make those all the surgical needles for heart operations and stuff. And in COVID, they changed the whole factory overnight and started making all of the medical needles and all of the wear. They have one section that's all very sanitised. You have to go through very carefully because it's all like fabulous. It was amazing. And they make those great big vet needles. So some of the needles they make in the factory, some of them don't, but all of the needles are packaged and sorted and quality controlled there. $38.81 for all of that. And what's that then, Ben? So what's the best thing about having the son of the production manager as the producer? What's that, Ben? He's going to put a saving in. In honour of his dad's 50th anniversary, £10 saving. Happy 50th anniversary to Dave. They're £28.81. I would like to add all of these needles up, but there's loads. But, you know, you're not really going to need any more needles for quite some time after that. £28.81, all of those needles. And there really is something about having the right needle for the job. And if you haven't got the right needle for the job, you'll just use whatever one you've got. If you've got a milliner's needle, you're going to find your hand sewing. I mean, I do quite a lot of embroidery with a miller's needle just because it's much longer. It's easier for, when I'm tacking, I'll use a milliner's. And if you haven't got that, you'll use a sharps. And the sharps is really small and sharp, which is brilliant for hemming, but not as good for tacking. So have all of them. £28.81 for the whole bundle. It's fabulous, isn't it? Right, we've got more in baskets than we've got in stock. Right, £10 off. That's a special anniversary deal. £28.81 for, I'm not even going to add them up, but loads. There must be about 200 needles there, because there's 83 in those 2 packets, and that's as far as my adding up gets them. So the idea is Ben's made this bundle with the intention of doing it once, and that's it. It's a one-off bundle with all of the needles that we do. I mean, have you ever seen these curved quilting needles? Honestly, when you're tacking a quilt together, they're absolutely brilliant. But sometimes when you've got to do a curved seam or a right-angled seam, they're just the only thing that works. Absolutely brilliant. Right, we've only got 20 bundles left. We had absolutely loads. £28.81. Right, 18 left and 46 in baskets. If you want this bundle, you want to save you £10 today, you've got to do it quick. I'll leave it with you and let you know how we're getting on. Right, let's do the glue pen, because the glue pen is back in stock. That's another thing that we've been out of stock for a while. Well, it's always the things that are the most popular, aren't they? Only I can't find it. There it is. Oh, and we've got the refills as well. So these glue pens, these are brilliant because these are specially designed for sticking onto fabric and sewing through. You can sew, once you've glued that onto your fabric, you can sew through by machine or by hand. Won't wreck your machine or your needle. Absolutely brilliant. Used lots, obviously, for EPP, where you want to stick your fabric to your card, but also all sorts of sewing. If you're sewing a zip in place, to keep it absolutely steady, because that zip tape's quite thick, stick it on with the glue and then sew it on. Much easier. You don't then have to tack one side of the zip and the other. You can just stick this on. If you're sewing buttons on, I always stick them on first, because you know when you've got that button, you've got it in the right place, you're trying to hold it and sew at the same time, stick it on with that. Anything that you want to temporarily hold together, if you've got a bit of a tricky seam with a bit of a tight curve or a corner, stick it into place, sew it. It dissolves when washed, just completely disappears, and it won't mess up your machine or your needles. So it's like using Pritt Stick, but don't use that, because that really messes things up. It also means, so like when you're doing EPP, or if you're doing FPP, you can stick fabric to paper or card, and it won't wreck the paper, whereas if you use, non-fabric glue sticks, it will. So £6.99, it has a glue stick in it, and it comes with one spare, so you've got two, which is a great price. Now, once you've realised how wonderful this is, how it's your best friend, you'll get through a lot of the glue. So you will need a pack of refills as well. When was the last time we even had these refills in? Right, these are blue. The refills come in different colours. I've never worked out why. Don't know. Maybe you want different. Don't know. We have blue, pink and yellow. Maybe it's so you can see different colours. I think maybe when you're using it and you first put the glue on, obviously you can see it. It dries clear, but you might want different colours for different fabrics. But it will dry clear, so for that moment until it's dried, it will be pink. £7.99 for a pack of 6. If you're buying this, get one of these, because once you realise how much you're going to use it, you'll need a pack. If you've already got one of these, then you'll need a pack of these. £7.99, and we haven't had them in stock for 6 months. And it's because, well, we can only buy what we can buy. They're so popular. If you've never used a glue pen, well, you've probably seen a lot of our designers on air who use them all the time. I was with Becky Alexander Frost on Saturday at the Festival of Quilts. She was using one for her FPP. She was using one for the zips, for sticking those in. It does help with the accuracy. So whether you're putting a zip into a dress, whether you're putting it into a post box opening on a pocket, you might be putting a zip in the top of a pencil case. It really does help, because it's the one thing that puts people off zips, is because the zip tape is quite thick. It's keeping it steady. Just use the zip. Buttons, all sorts. Right, there's only 5 of the John James bundle left. Just saying, 5 left. So do get your glue sticks. Tape measures. Now, this was something else that I asked them to buy. It's great, isn't it? It's like having your own shop. We do all sorts of retractable tape measures. But again, I'm quite fussy about tape measures. I get through a lot of them because I quite often cut them, so they've got to be decent quality. This is brilliant. Mostly we have 150 centimetre tape measures, which is fine for most things. This is a 300 centimetres, 3 metre tape measure. I'm going to take it out of its packaging, because you need to see it. Now, I have both tape measures, because sometimes you need more than 150, and also I don't like to get to 150, because if you get right to the end, sometimes it won't go all the way back. So if you're measuring something longer, the other good thing is, see, it's got a nice spring loading in it. It's only £3.99, and it's really good quality. I've tried out lots of different ones. You've got metric and imperial on one side, and then you've got just metric on the other. It's got a nice click in that it stops like every kind of inch. Some of the lower quality brands stop a bit more. You don't always want that. You want it to stop at certain brands. But 3 whole meters. I don't tend to use this for just measuring short lengths. I mean, but you can. But I would suggest that you get both. Absolutely brilliant, isn't it? £3.99, and it's 3 meters long. I absolutely love that. It's just such a great price. I have tried all the different ones. I've made covers for this as well. We have had, I need to think when we've had them. I have made, they've been parts of other kits where I've done a project where you can make a cover for your tape measure. I absolutely love it. I'll have to do it as a separate kit on its own. So that is your 3 metre, but you obviously need the 150 centimetres, so the 1.5 metre one as well. So this one is 60 inches. The John James bundle is sold out. Well done for everyone who saved £10 to celebrate Ben's dad's anniversary. So exactly the same, because they're nice that they're matching. But this is the shorter one. So this is the one you can use for... See, now, can you hear that? When you buy the lower quality ones, and not the price, I mean, this is a great price, £2.99, they don't have that same click, do they? And they also click further at further distances. So what you've got on one side, you've got centimetres and in white, and on the other side you've got inches in yellow, and it has got 1/16 of an inch divisions on it. So it's really nice to have both of them. I mean, it's only £2.99, but well, tape measure is, you know, one of those things that we need. It's worth getting a decent quality one, but I'd have to say my 3 metre one is my favourite, just because it's a bit wider as well. Right, I'm going to put them back in, and then we can keep them as our studio samples. Should we do a big Schmetz needle bundle? We've talked about, oh, I can't reach. I love the Schmetz needles, but my arms aren't long enough. Just have to talk to yourselves a minute. Oh, we've only got 7 of these. So, right, we've only got 7 of these bundles left. This is all the Schmetz needles that we sell. This is £56.66. What a great price. 50. Yeah, Hayley did that. Hayley reduced it to £56.66. So Ben's allowed to do that as well. That's a great price, isn't it? Look, I'll put them all out here. But basically, these are all the needles you're going to need. You've got universal. You've got microtex. They're my favourite ones. They're great for quilting. You've got embroidery. You've got leather. You've got top stitch. What? These, black. Brilliant these are. These have got a special coating on. So they're really good for tricky fabrics. Or stitching through things like sticky Velcro, because that coating... resists it. It won't stick to it. If you're using like vinyl or PU, that will really help with it. So it's anything. It does say things like, well, like Velcro, stabilizer, anything that you're sewing with, maybe you're sewing with a spray adhesive that's a little bit sticky, anything that's slightly challenging. Now, this maybe isn't a pack of needles that you would buy very often, but if you've got that in a big bundle, you're going to use them all, aren't you? You've got 2 twin needles. You've got jeans gold tipped, less likely, so they'll go smoother through the fabric. Jeans normal. You've got quilting, universal, another packet of 2 packets of jeans needles. Stretch, twin black, another, oh, that's universal black for the sticky stretch. So you might be using a stretch fabric that's maybe got some adhesive on, you can use it with that. Another pack of universal. Microtex. This is a really good way of you having a play with fabrics, fabrics that you haven't been able to try out. So maybe you don't want to buy all the leather ones, or you don't think of it, and then you're sewing some leather, and you've got the leather needles. Jersey needles. And so we've got jersey, and we've got stretch. Jersey is for your... well, your T-shirt fabrics. Use the stretch for things like lycra. They've got more stretch in them. They just work better. Embroidery needles, they work with thicker threads because the thread will sit behind that groove, the scarf behind the needle. Top stitch. Oh, we had a problem with the website. Oh. Right, we had so many people trying to put these in their baskets. There was a real problem with the web, but we're back now. We're back now. Right, we've only got 5 of these bundles left. £56.66. We have got 12 people who've got them in baskets, and we've only got 5 left. But I find that if you've got these things, you try them out, don't you? That's the best thing, is that if you haven't got them, you'll just use your universal. I'll leave them with you, you to fight them out. We have got a smaller sewing machine bundle. And this is a smaller one. This is the hemline one. And so if you just want a few needles that will cover, you know, again, if you're only using the universal needle that comes with your machine and you want a few others, get these. So you've got the quilting needle, much better. Honestly, if you do quilting, don't you use universal, use your quilting needle. It's sharper and it's stronger. It will go through the layers better. If you're doing embroidery, please use an embroidery needle. The eye is a little bit bigger to get the thread through. You're less likely to skip the stitches. Leather, if you're working on leather or suede, it's got a chisel point. Don't use it on anything man-made. Don't use it on vinyl or PU. It will rip the fabric. But if you're using leather, it's the only thing. Hem stitch, this is a really cool needle. It's got almost like little wings on either side. So it sort of cuts through the fabric and does the stitch and creates this lovely hem. It's one of those needles that is so specialist. You'd probably never go and buy it. But once you've got it, have a go. It makes the coolest stitches. Obviously, we've got the universal needles. But what's great about these, titanium, they're much stronger. And then we've got sharps. So sharps and Microtex are the same thing. So Schmetz call them Microtex, Hemline call them sharps. So these are sharps needles. And they are brilliant for quilting weight cotton or fine fabrics like lawns and organzas and that sort of thing. That's a great price. £25.43. You've got, you know, your good standard pack. So if you've only ever had universal needles, get this pack and you can have a go at using other things. When you're doing a bit of quilting or you're stitching through wadding, use these. If you're doing your piecing, have a go with the sharps. It's quite a good way of having a small sample, a bit like buying that big Schmetz thing, that you then soon get to know which are the needles that you like, and then you can buy more of them. Right, should we do my favourite scissors in the whole world? Obviously, I have fabric scissors, but I use my little snippy scissors more than anything else. And I've got 3 pairs of these, because I'm very fussy about my little snippy scissors. I have a pair that live with my crochet and knitting, a pair that live by my machine, and a pair that live by my iron. They are little, they're super sharp. I love Fiskars, they're great quality, aren't they? They've got nice little handles. They're really sharp. They're brilliant for like snipping postbox openings on zips. We've only got 10 of them left though. They're really good for cutting threads. Always have a pair by your machine. So they're very sharp right to the very point. So when you are snipping out little sections, so I'll use them if I'm snipping out a little bit to put a magnetic snap in, because you can just get right in there and snip the little bit. You know, and if you're going to pay, I actually don't think £13.99. I mean, I would pay the money for quality, but actually think that's a really, really fair price for that. So they are my favourite scissors. 25-year guarantee. I have many dressmaking scissors, but for small sharp scissors, these are the only ones I have. Anyway, thank you. I hope you enjoyed my little sewing essentials shop. It's lovely. I'm going to take it all home with me now. Lots of things here that we didn't have the time to go through, like look at all that black thread. Wow. Loads of things. So do go onto sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live, and then you can check out on those. I am going to go for a quick break, make myself a cup of tea, and I will see you back here in a few minutes' time. It's called Last of Stock Amber Makes. We've managed to get a few things we printed. We've only got 2s or 3s of some of the items. Phil has just spent the last hour laying it all out. So it's going to be fast and furious. Go onto the website while we're on our break. We've got all of the vintage sewing theme print items, all of the Morris Makes items. I've got some of the book cushions, and I've got the animal totes back as well. So I'll see you back here in just a few minutes' time.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Your pattern will often tell you to put your fabric RST, or right sides together. This means that you put the right side of the fabric with the pattern on the inside and sew on the wrong side of your fabric. Then when you turn it round, you can't see any stitching. Fold your fabric so that your pattern is on the inside, i.e. right sides together. Make sure your edges match carefully and pin them.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Right, so we've got so many kits in this hour, but so little. So I'm really sorry. I did say to you that I was going to do the animal totes this hour, and have we got any of them left? You've all been shopping ahead massively. They've just been absolutely flying. We've got one giraffe. Ready? Quick. One giraffe. One giraffe animal tote left. I know the sausage dog disappeared in the break. We need to get some more of these done. Have we got any flamingos left? No, the flamingo has flown off. We've got one elephant. Look at him with his trunk. Just one. One animal tote elephant. Have we got any Indian elephants? Indian elephant. These have been reprinted because these sold out last time, just for today. So this is the animal tote we've got. So I can talk about this one. So the way it works is, I'll put it on the flat on the desk, then you can see. The way that it works is that the handles form part of, for the Indian elephant, the trunk. So there he is. There's his decorated trunk. Comes all the way up there, around the handle, and then the water comes out of his spout. On the panel, you will have all the pieces to make the outer, the lining, the internal zip pocket, and the handles that will do all of that. You obviously get, they've all gone, so I'll take those off. You will obviously all get full instructions and your panel, and there is a video tutorial. So if you've never made a tote bag before and you want a fun animal tote, it has to be the Indian elephant though. It has to be the Indian elephant, but it's lovely, isn't it? Love the inside. Look at that design that Amy did. There we go. Look at that. Beautiful, isn't it? And it has an internal pocket as well. So that's the Indian elephant tote. I will leave you with that one. Then what I did is I put together a lot of our vintage sewing prints. And a lot of them are over here, and I'm looking for some of them. There's some cushions. Yes. Yeah, no, not those, but the ones that have got sewing machines on. I'm sure I have them somewhere. Anyway, let's start. We'll start with something else. We'll start with the sewing case. Do we have the sewing cases in patchwork? Because that's the kit I've got. It's the sewing case in patchwork. Have we got any of that one left? I don't know what the... We haven't got it. Okay. So this is the sewing case in vintage patchwork. We've also got it in Morris Makes, which we will look at later. Okay, we've got the Morris Makes one, but not that one. Well, I'll do that. I'll start off with that one. Sorry, we're just really confusing things today. Right, but because I've got this one, I'm going to do this one first, the Morris Makes one. So let me show you round the sewing case. I made this for myself because I wanted to have a little sewing case I could take on holiday and take to workshops, and also one that I could just have that just sits in the living room. So on the front, it says My Sewing Case. The handle is a tape measure. You open it up, and inside it's got a pocket that's got scissors printed on it, so you put your scissors in it. It fits those nice little Fiskars scissors that we had in the last hour. Then little pockets for buttons, safety pins and bits and bobs. And then on the panel, you've also got the pieces to make the little needle case, so you can put all your needles in there. Only 6 of this one left. There's your tape measure cover. So if you buy the 150 centimetre tape measure that we had in the last hour, so you can see that there, you get the 150 centimetre, it'll fit that, and then you've got a little pin cushion, and then it all folds up to create like that. And then you get the full kit, and that's the panel, and it does come with a tutorial as well. Right, have we got the patchwork one now? Right, same thing, but in patchwork print. So we've got Hunter's Star on the cover. We've got pinwheel around the gusset. We've got Sawtooth Star here. Only 4 of these left. And obviously, don't forget though, if you buy this, get yourself the tape measure. I think they're only 150. At least you've got it then, haven't you? And it will go in there. And those Fiskars little orange scissors will fit in the pocket as well. But all the panel is printed with all of the words on. You see? So you don't have to think about it. Look. It's got all of the words on: safety pins, buttons, bits and bobs. You've got the baby needle case, pins. Right, there's only 3 of those left. And there's 12 in baskets. So I will leave that with you. Right, let's do the vintage sewing mug carry case. Do we have that one? Brilliant. So the mug carry case here. Oh, what's he put in it? So cute. I love this, and I use mine all the time. That I made specially. Oh, have you got the mug bag or the mug carry case? Okay. Oh, we're just getting really confused now, aren't we? Let me see if I can find that, because I did have it. Now I have got it somewhere. I just don't know where it is. The mug bag. Where is it? Okay. Can we do the carry case for now? And I will find the mug bag. I'm going to ask Finn if he can find it for me. Have you got that? No, it looks like that. That's it. We'll do with the mug carry case. So there's 2 different sorts. You can have the mug carry case, thank you, or the mug bag. And I'm going to start with the mug carry case. So I use mine all the time for taking my... This is great because it's got the vintage sewing on. It's really good to take to workshops with you. So you put your mug in there. There's a little pocket that you can put your tea bags and your biscuits in. And it has a little mug mat that fits in there. Then you put your mug in. You put if I put some fabric in, it stays in better. You put your mug in, and then you do it up, and it has just a little bit of elastic and a button. And there it is. It's better if you've actually got a mug in it. It's brilliant to take to workshops with you. It's a lovely gift for someone if you buy them a special mug. The panel comes with, like this, you get the instructions. Oh.
Got your mug, haven't we?
You've got your mug. Of course you've got my mug. That's much better to actually put a mug in it. There we go. Actually works better. And what's great is you can put any size mug in it, and then you sew the button on to sort of suit the size of it. The panel, there's the panel. Got all the pieces on to make it, all to the exact size. It's dead easy to make. It has a bit of wadding in it. There's a full video tutorial that you can visit. And if you go onto the Sewing Street website, if you want to see what else you need, like a bit of interfacing, a bit of wadding, it's all listed on there. Right. So we've also got, because I did 2 different sorts, the mug bag. Now this one, although it does say mug, I kind of designed it so that you could like put your lunch in it as well. You could put things. So it's like a little bag with handles. It's got a vintage sewing machine on it. And it has a drawstring top. So it's really good for putting, well, you can obviously put your mug into it, or you could put your sandwiches or your lunch in it. But what you also get with this one is you get a mug mat, and you get different sticks. So you've got coffee, tea, or hot chocolate as the little tea bag tag, and you can choose which one you put on. And then you have, there's a little purse that's a little zip case that's in the shape of a cup with a handle, and then this is where you keep all your tea bags in, or your little biscuits in wrappers, and then you can put it all in there, pop your mug inside, or your lunch, or it just could be your sewing equipment, couldn't it? It could be just the few things you take for sewing, but at least you can use the little purse to put like fabric clips or something in. So it was kind of made to be a mug bag that you can also use for other things as well. You can use it for just like little items because it's got the drawstring top. Right, we've only got 8 of those left though, and 13 in baskets, so I will leave those with you. Next is the cushions. I don't know what happened to those, can't remember. So let's do the bunting. The bunting, which I've seen, I don't know. It's the sewing room bunting. Right, so this is the panel. Finn, can I have you got the bunting? There we go. So on the panel, you get enough, no, it's not in there, it's in a plastic bag. You get enough bunting, thank you, to make 6 metres. I think so. I'm sure it was 6 metres, thank you so much. To make 6 metres of bunting. And the way it works is that you put this panel on top, right sides together with fabric. You sew it and then you cut it. And this is what you get. You have to use your own fabric for backing. Oh, I'll put it on here. Shall I hold it up? You have to use your own fabric for backing. And I used a spotty fabric for the string. But isn't this a lovely way of decorating your sewing room? But there's only 7 of them left. It's been very busy. Yeah, I think you make 6 metres in total, or you can make it in shorter lengths. I think I made a few shorter lengths so you can just hang them up. But it honestly looks so cute in your sewing room. So you get full instructions, $19.99, and there is a video tutorial that goes with you that shows you exactly how to do it. You will need a metre of fabric for the lining and the string, but you can just use any fabric you want. I used a bit of extra wide fabric and then some spotty for the string, but it's really cute. And it features all your favourite sewing room tools. And Amy has designed them so they fit beautifully inside. They're not just like bits of fabric, they are beautifully designed. So you've got your all your haberdashery with the button round them. And they're all different. Well, not all different. There's about 20 different ones. Look, that one. It's got your trestle sewing machine table. So it is a really quick and easy way of decorating your sewing room. Right, we've got 15 in baskets for the last 7. Right, next, I'm going to do, I think that's all the sewing room things because I can't find the pretty pair cushions. Do we have the pretty pair cushions? Are they in? Yeah, in vintage sewing. Right, let's do the charm squares then, because I've got a few charm squares and panels here. Sewing machine charm squares, vintage sewing machine, UHUU 19. Right. How cute are these? Vintage sewing machine charm squares. So they are all the lovely prints. They go beautifully with the bunting. They are all the prints that Amy then used in the bunting. So you've got the old-fashioned sewing machines. You've got lines of spools and needles and threads. So there's 40 in total on there. And you get gift tags. And across the top, you get a row of sewing machines. Aren't they beautiful, though? Now, I did use these to make something, and I can't remember what I made. I made them into something. There we go. That's the vintage sewing machine charm squares. So we keep selling out of those. We've only got 10 of them left. So if you want those, you need to get in them in your basket. But they are so lovely for making different things with. I've also got the vintage sewing room fat quarter panel, which is CRUU 24. We haven't shown this one for ages and ages. So this is really cool. So this is, a lot of people ask us, can we have your prints? And we don't print our fabric by the metre, but we do some fatter quarter panels. So these are all 19.5 by 27 inches, whereas normally they're 20 by 22. So it's patchwork. So this one is all squares, and you've got those prints that are used in the charm squares, that are used in the bunting, that you see in a lot of our makes, like the mug bag and the vintage sewing case. They're all in there. So that's squares. We've then got it in stripes. And then the other two, because you get 4 in total, this one is in hexes. How cute is that? So I know that there's loads of you who really like this fabric, and ages we haven't sold this for. So there it's in hexes, and then at the bottom you've got it in other hexes. If you've got the vintage sewing zippy tray case, it's the same print that's used in there. So for £19.99, look at the size of it. It is absolutely massive, isn't it? It's enormous. Right, I am missing things. Yep. Right, so that's that one. Then we've got the fatter quarter panel, and this one is just sewing. So it's the similar prints, but you get 4 different ones. I don't know when it is. There we go. It's beautiful, isn't it? I love this one. So this goes beautifully with the other one. The other one is the same prints, but kind of patchwork versions. This one you've got, look at those, beautiful. So if you want to do your own makes, but using the fabrics that Amy designs, this is all the sort of vintage sewing machines and scissors, and you've got little packs of buttons. The bottom one, rows and rows of stranded cotton. So why have striped fabric when you can have stranded cotton stripes? Gorgeous, isn't it? So if you love the fabrics that Amy designs, and it's got a little polka dot in the background. This is smaller version. Look, isn't that cute? And we use this on so many of our different designs, and people are always asking us. So like if you look on the mug bag, you can see it's the same print. This is the only way that we sell it as fabric rather than, as panels. We don't do many of them. And at the top of it, this one is all spools. You've got labels. This belongs to Stitch with Love, handmade by. This took forever, because obviously it did. And lots of other bits and pieces too. So that's the... no. This one is ETUU 25. Right. Yeah, it is actually. You're right. It is called pretty much the same thing. So that is the code for this one, okay? If you want that one. Yeah, there is. I will show you. I've got the one that you've just had, so we'll do that one next. Right, the one that Ben just had is this one. That's called Fatter Quarter Panel Vintage Sewing. Yeah, no, it's right, PCUU 90. So on this one, well, you've got the little vintage sewing things, but all at angles. I love the fat on the top one. Look, you get all these images of the sewing machines and the spools. The bottom one are lots of sewing machines in lines. Love that print. And remember, these are all 19.5 by 27 inches, so they're bigger than your fat quarters. So you can make quite a lot of things with these. And then there's the vintage sewing one there. And then one last one, the Sewing Bee fatter quarter panel. I love this one. Really, really love this one. It's MGUU 74. And it is, so Amy designed, there's only 6 of this one left. Amy designed a sewing bee. So there's a little bee carrying a needle because it's a sewing bee. And it's sewing, it's got little hexies with buttons in. And then you've got this one here. So all the hexies feature that little sewing bee, which has got little pink cheeks and a smile. Because why wouldn't it be happy? And then this one, it's got bigger hexies with the sewing bee. It's like riding a needle broomstick. It's very, very busy sewing bee with buttons. And then you've got this, and then you've got that fabric. So the fabrics in themselves are like really beautiful prints and colours. And then when you look at the detail in them, they've got these little bees. And obviously it has all the labels across. And you've also got some hexies across the top with different things. There's so many different things you can make with that. And I just think that the sewing bee itself is absolutely delightful on them. Right, where are all my instructions? Where are all my instructions only disappeared? Yeah, they were, here they are. Right, the thread spool collection, because some things we do as just, actually, can I start with this one? Just to confuse you, get organised. Have we got this? Oh, there it is. Thank you, Finn. See, I'm really disorganised. So these are just instructions, and these have been designed. It makes this here. This has been designed for charm square, because I know loads of you, like me, buy lots of charm squares and you don't know what to do with them. So this set of instructions will make this organiser. You use charm squares for these, and then you can use half a charm square for the sides. And I've used a set of charm squares here. So this is a really good way. You can hang this on the wall, on the back of a door. You make these little gusseted pockets. I've used a calico for the background. You sew them all on, put some eyelets in the top, or you can put a sleeve, and you can hang it up. You can get absolutely loads in it. So the set of instructions here is just something you can do with charm squares. There is a video tutorial with this set, and you've got a diagram for putting them all on. But it's just a really good way of featuring your charm squares, using them for something useful. So if you could use different charm squares, maybe you want one on the back of the bathroom door for putting, you know, all your makeup and things on, or you could have it in the kitchen to put spices and things. I've made one before that had some of our fruit and veg panels on. It's brilliant for that. But the video tutorial will show you how to make it. You don't have to use charm squares. You can just cut 5-inch squares of fabric. But I used in total, if you go... But what I did with mine is I put eyelets across the top, and then you can buy, like from hardware stores, these little hooks that they hook, and then they've got like a right angle top, so they fit on top of a door, and then you can just hook it on the door without marking it, and you can then move it to different places, because sometimes you think, well, I don't want to put a nail in the door, but these little hooky things, I think they're just called door hooks, and then they will go through the eyelets, but it works really well. Yeah, we're limited on this one now, but it's a really useful way of using up your charm squares and making them look nice as well. So that's one set of instructions. The next one, this is part of my quilt block collection. So I started creating different quilt blocks and thought it would be a really good idea to write a set of instructions of what you can do. So this is the thread spool. Now, in this one set of instructions, you've got the instructions of how to make the block itself. Then, once you've learned how to make the block, you can make a cushion. So there's the cushion. You can also make a wall hanging. Here is the wall hanging. So the thread, same thread spool, but it's turned on its sides. And then I've put some fabric around the edge. Shows you how to do that. And then also, you can make the whole quilt. So this is like 70 by 78. So this is a double bed quilt. I haven't got that here, but you've got the instructions to make how to make the thread spools. You can then make a cushion, a wall hanging, and a double bed size quilt. They're all in there. 3 lots of instructions. So that's what the quilt will look like. The difference is that the wall hanging and the cushion use small thread spools, And the quilt uses bigger ones. The instructions are the red, so basically it's just bigger pieces of fabric. But this is what the quilt will look like. They're just bigger pieces. And that's big enough to put onto a double bed. So for £9.99, you're getting how to make a block, how to make a cushion, a wall hanging, and a quilt all in then together. And you can use whatever fabrics you want then. I use some sewing theme ones, but they look nice with like really bright fabrics, plain fabrics, all different sorts. So that's the thread spool collection. And then the last one is the Just Charming market bag. Again, that's something of what you can do with charm squares. So this is the one that I use with the Portuguese Tiles charm squares. And all you're doing with this is you're using plain fabric, which sort of coordinates with the charm squares, and you sew that between them. And then that's just a really nice way, particularly if you've bought some really special charm squares that you love and you really want to showcase them, then use them to make yourself a bag. Very simple to make. Again, it comes with a full video tutorial. In this one, I used some charm squares that we have from our produce prints. But you use charm squares on the handles as well. There's a charm square pocket on the inside. So if you've got a load of charm squares hanging around and you want to be able to use them and you want to show them off, the instructions will tell you as well what extra pieces of fabric you need to make the whole thing, because you'll need some other bits of plain fabric. Or if you go onto the Sewing Street website and go on the product description, it'll list it there. It does that for all of the kits. So if you've bought any of the kits and you think, oh, well, I want to, what else do I need? If you go onto the product description on the Sewing Street website, it will tell you there. So that's all the instructions, I think. Let's do a bit of knitting and crochet, because I obviously love knitting and crochet. So we have done a few designs using knitting and crochet, obviously. I'm going to find them all. So let's start with the duffel tote crochet. Oh, do you want to do knitting? Oh, crochet, that's the one I've got first. So I designed this actually for my knitting, for my sock knitting. I wanted a project bag that I could carry around with me, but that I could work from. So it's a tote bag because it's got tote bag handles, but it's a duffel bag because it's got a square bottom. I mean, normally duffel bags have round bottoms, but I decided I wanted to do a project for beginners. I decided a square bottom is easier to do. It has a drawstring that I've used a bit of piping cord for. And so it will sit like that, like a duffel bag, because when you open it up, I've made the handles as short as possible, so you can just put it over your shoulder. And then when you want to work from it, it's got loads of internal pockets. So when you want to work from it, you can fold it over, and then the internal pocket, you can choose what spacings you put in. So if you're putting needles in it, you can put shorter spaces. If you're putting like a big book in it, you can have bigger spaces. And then it can all sit in there and you can work from it. When you're then finished, you just roll it back up again, pull the drawstring, and you're ready to go. So the panel, the kit, comes with obviously full instructions and a tutorial. The only thing that you need to make with it is that little bit of cord or ribbon for the drawstring. We've got this in 3 different prints, but I'm just going to show you the crochet print because it's all designed in granny squares, and it's a really big panel because the bag is fully lined and the internal pockets are also lined, and it's got all the handles. So, and what Amy has done for this one is she's done different scales of granny squares. So the granny squares on the outside are a different scale to the ones in the pockets. So that is the whole kit. And I use mine all the time. It's really good for having a project to pop it in. You've got all the pockets to keep everything, and then you can just fold it away. Now, we also do it in knitting. This is the knitting one. So this is brilliant. Obviously, for you, I made mine for my sock knitting because it's brilliant for that. So look at the designs. There's only 6 of this one left, though. Look at this. You've got the ball of yarn. You've got the needles. You've got the circular knitting needle. You've got little jumper stitch markers. You've got a hat. You've even got balls of yarn, which Amber makes on them, across the handles. The inside lined. This is what it looks like. It's so lovely, isn't it? Actually, I made the crochet one for Sam Sabido, and she still uses it. And look at the pockets. So on the pockets on the inside, because this is my knitting one, I put the dividing lines really close together to put all of my knitting needles in. But you can make them much bigger, or the one I have at home, I've got bigger ones, so I can put my book in there because I've got a sock knitting book, and then all the designs. So all you're going to need for this is just a length of piping cord. It's a really good project for a beginner to use, to make and to use. And because you can roll it over, it's a fabulous project bag as well, because you can knit from it or work from it, and then it all ties up. You close the drawstring and it keeps it all neatly into place. So that's the one. Do we have the sewing ones left? Right, so the sewing one, because we couldn't do it without doing the sewing one, could we? This is what the sewing one looks like. We've got all of the different sewing accessories all on the front and the back. Amy's put tape measures on the handles. Love that. Look at the pockets on the inside. Large, so you know the fat quarters, so you've seen all the prints before. So you've got all of the stranded cotton is used for the pockets, but it's just a brilliant project bag. It's great for storing maybe a current project you're doing, or maybe you're off to a workshop and you want to put a bit of fabric in it and put your tools, because you choose, it explains in the instructions, you choose the spacing that you put in the pockets, so you can choose whatever you're going to put in it. So that is the sewing one. Now, the pretty useful pouches, I designed this one in the crochet, and Amy made it in blue and white crochet. It's fab because it's a big pouch with, you've got the large granny squares. It's fully lined. I'll turn it inside out so you can see. It has a pocket, and it's got smaller versions of the granny squares. So it's lovely, obviously, to use for your crochet, but it's also lovely to use it as a toilet bag. So when I designed it originally, we were going to use, you can use it as a toilet bag, but a toiletry bag. But I know a lot of people use it to keep their crochet projects in. But because granny squares are so in and so popular, it's a lovely thing to have in your toiletry bag. But also, you get the small version as well. So this is like your little makeup bag. So, or maybe this is a few balls of yarn and this is your hooks. Or maybe that's what you keep all your accessories in, and this one you keep just your scissors. So again, larger granny squares on the outside. If I turn it inside out, this also has a pocket. So it's just two useful pouches that could be used for your craft supplies, for holidays, for travel. They're both fully lined. They both have lined pockets, so all you will need to go with it is the zips. They both have their little zip tabs as well. These are the instructions which come with full tutorial, and this is what the panel looks like. So you've got everything you need. It's all printed to size with the little box corners all printed on, so it's dead easy to make. If you've never sewn a zip in anything, this is a really good start, because I designed it so it's one of those wide open zips, because when you've got a pouch like this, you want to be able to get right in to put everything in. You know, maybe you want to put like your chargers in there. You don't want to open it like that, because you can then, if you close the zip at the end, you can only open it like that. But if you do an open wide zip, which opens a bit further, you can then open the whole thing. So you can get right inside it. And if you've never made one of those, there's a really special way to do it, which I explain about. You sew one thing right on one way and one side of the zip the other way. And once you understand it, you can then use that technique for loads of different things. But this is just so useful. Well, it doesn't have to just be for crochet. You can have it as your wash bag, can't you? Or your chargers, or your pills, or your makeup, or whatever. Right, that's that one. We've also got that print, JDUU09, as a fatter quarter panel. Oh, but it's sold out. so we can't have that. We've done that and that and that and that. Shall we do beach huts? Have we got any beach huts? Right. Right, which one are we doing first? Beach hut row. Okay. Beach hut row. There we go. Beach hut row. So for those of you who loved the Christmas village, I met a lot of you at the Festival Quilt said, "You're going to make more?" I went, "No, the village is full. It's going to become a town if I make any more buildings." So we've moved to the beach. So this is beach hut row. I mean, this is just, Amy has done amazing job. Anyone you know lives by the sea or who loves the sea has got to have one of these. So I'll show you what it does. You cut out the little windows, and then you can put a tea light inside, goes through the windows, turn it on, and it lights up your beach huts. When you look inside, there's all the little, you won't be able to see, I'll have to show you the panel, but it's really hard to see inside. You have to look. There's a rug inside. This one's got curtains and a chest of drawers and some surfboards up against the wall. And then there's the green one. Look, isn't that cute? Do you think you'll be able to? Can you see? You can see inside. And then this one, this is the posh one because this one's got a picket fence. So you get all three of them. You also get the little pieces to make bunting because all beach huts should be joined together with beach hut bunting. So you put all the lights in, and then the little bits of bunting, I've kept mine off there, but in fact, let me show you the picture because Amy took a photo of them with the bunting. You can sew the bunting to join them all together if you want. So it comes with the instructions. If I show you the panel, you'll then be able to see inside the beach huts. Look. So these are all the pieces. So everything that you need, you'll need a bit of wadding because that's what gives them the structure, but you've got all of the pieces. So this is the outside of the beach hut, but this is the inside of beach hut 1. So when you look inside, there's a little sofa, there's a chest of drawers, there's curtains, there's even a rug inside. On the red beach hut, you've got a sofa, nice little picture on the wall. When you can be able to see all of these inside. Even the lining of the roof is in a little stripe. And that's the green one. Love the rug. So when you look inside, you can see the little rugs. But you put your little tea lights inside. You can light them up. You can just make one and have them on different windowsills. You can put them all together, or you can attach the bunting around the edge. Because look, the bunting triangles, well, they're actually, I worked out how to do them. They're diamonds. And what you do is you fold them round. If you use Bondaweb, you can just stick them round your bit of string. And I then sewed mine, but you don't have to. They're so cute, aren't they? So this is beach hut row. Everyone needs a beach hut row. It's the Christmas village down by the sea. It's the summer Christmas village. I love the bunting. I'm putting it back inside there so I don't lose it. But we've only got 10 of those kits left. We need an ice cream shop and a chippy to go with, a ham. Oh, I can see, yes, that's such a good idea. And a Cornish pasty shop. Oh, yeah. Oh, we could have a tea room, couldn't we, with cream teas and, damn, that's like, oh, you shouldn't have started that. Goodness only knows. Right, I don't think we've got the bunting left. No, I think we've got the feature panel. There's only 10. So this is the feature panel. And so what you get is you get 3 16.5-inch squares. No, 18-inch squares. I cut them to 16.5. 3 18-inch squares featuring the beach huts. So you've got 3 beach huts on that one, 6 beach huts on that one, and a row. And if you have a look at my quilt here, I made this from the feature panel and the charm squares. And if you buy, I don't think we've got the charm squares left, but if you buy 2, because there's 6 feature panels, if you buy 2 sets of the feature panels, you can join them together. I use charm squares, but you can just use strips. That's like a single bed quilt, isn't it? $14.99 for that. And they're gorgeous, aren't they? Or they could be just like your beach rug. Not picnic rug, beach rug, couldn't they? Beach rug. So that's the feature panel. Right, we've only got 9 of those left. So you could buy just a few and join them together. There's loads of things. You can make cushions with them. You can make bags. I was going to make a beach bag, and then I decided, ooh, actually, quite fancy making that beach, making a big beach blanket. Right, should we do a bit of William Morris next? Yes. William Morris is coming with me. Where's my bag? Where's the bag? Where's the bag? Because I want to do, unless we haven't got any left. The shapely shoulder. Yes, that's the one. Have we got any of those left? Thank you very much. Right, the shapely shoulder bag. So now we've got a few kits that are in our Morris Make style, where Amy has taken the Morris Makes prints, rescaled them so that they fit. So this is the shapely shoulder bag. It's an optional bag in that you can either close it with a magnetic clasp for the easy finish, or you can close it with a zip, because some people don't like putting zips in, other people want a zip, so you can do it both ways. It has an external pocket. Optional, you can either put it on the outside, you can put one on both sides, or you can put it internally. With this one, I've put a magnetic clasp, but the instructions also show you how to put a zip across the top instead. So if you want to, if you've never done a zip and you really don't want to do one, put a clasp in it. If you'd like to have a go at one and you'd rather keep it more secure, there's also an internal, so you can have your pockets internally, or there are 2 pockets, you choose where they go. So the outside is this large strawberry thief print. And the way I've worked it at the bottom is that the bottom curves, but it also has darts in it, so you get that really nice curved shape. If I open it up, it's also got, let me show you the lining. So the lining is the same print, but in a smaller scale. So it looks really, it's really nice, just nice inside. The pocket, you have both pieces for the 2 pockets, so that you've got, well, strawberry thief lining. You also get all the pieces for making the matching zip purse, because everybody needs a zip purse, and you get the pieces for making this tiny little, it's a bag charm, but you can keep your £1 coin in it for your trolley. Or it's just a little bag charm, but basically it's a tiny version of that. In fact, if I show you the panel, it will make more sense. The instructions, as always, come with the tutorial, and the tutorial will explain to you also how to put, because we do a different version, the haberdashery version. It will explain to you also, videoed, how to create the zip top. So if you've never put the zip in the top of a bag, that will explain it. So let me just show you the panel, because you can see it better on the, makes more sense on the panel, I think. You can see the shape anyway. So like that's the outside of the bag. So now you can see, so there's no, if you haven't used our kits before, there's no templates, there's no thinking. All of the seam allowances are included. You just cut round the edge, cut round the dart. That's the outside. So the darts are created and then sewn together, and you get that lovely shapely look. These are all the pieces for like the pockets. That's the outer, that's the lining, that's the outside pocket. Because everything on here is labelled. The zip pouch front outer, zip pouch back outer. That's the little bag charm. And it's, so you can see it's exactly that same little darted shape to make your little bag charm. So that's the kit. £19.99, and you obviously full instruction. That one is very limited. Now, if you've got it in your basket, you need to get that one checked out. So that's shapely shoulder. Right, then we've got wrapped in style. So I always think if you make a gift bag for someone, you don't need to spend so much on the present because it looks dead impressive. So what I decided to do was create this collection of bags. There's 7 bags on the panel, but in order to sort of keep the cost down, and because I know that you all have plain fabric and fabric in your stash, the lining fabric you provide yourself using the templates from the outer fabric. So it meant that we could get more on the panel. And what you get in your kit, I'll show you the panel in a moment, is you get this big bag that says let's celebrate. So that's for a nice big present, isn't it? You then get a bag to put a wine bottle in, or a gin bottle, or a champagne bottle. It just says cheers. So obviously we often give bottles away as gifts. You then get this lovely little circular drawstring pouch, which is really nice for sort of lighter items or clothing or a scarf or socks, or nice for toiletries, because the sort of thing that, although it's a gift bag, because it's just a pretty thing, then the recipient keeps the gift bag and they can keep their things in it as well. You also get a little drawstring pouch. Again, remember, you just use your own lining, like that when I put a bit of red in. Everything is in the instruction, the video about how to do that. So you get the drawstring pouch. You also get this little bag that says lovely little things on it. It's got the William Morris Willow Bower. So this is for those tiny little presents, isn't it? You know, where you've bought something small, like a little candle or something, and it's got just tape, and it has a ribbon to tie it up, because you often buy these in gift shops, don't you, these little bags that have the ribbons. That says lovely little things. You've got the envelope called a gift for you. So, you know, if you've got cash or a gift card or something special, there you go. You can just, you use your own fabric. So you fold this one piece of fabric together, sew it together, and it becomes an envelope. That's just a really nice way of giving someone cash or a gift card, a gift for you. And I think that is all of them. But they also come with, I think I've lost some of them, but they also all come with a matching gift tag. So you are getting, for £24.99, you are getting 7 bags. Let me show you the panel. All of this. And remember, use your own lining, but otherwise we'd have need to make the panel twice the size. But all of the outer fabric, so all of the handles and the outside of the bags, are all on the panel. And it's a big instruction booklet. It tells you how to make each one of them. And I filmed the tutorial. Oh, it took ages to film that, to make all of them. And because you're using the outer fabric as pattern pieces to cut the linings, then it's not too tricky. You haven't got too much measuring to do. It's a lot simpler that way. Right, that is, have you got the mug bag in the Morris? No, well, I've got it, but I haven't got it. Right, shall we finish off with Christmassy things? I think. Should we do the nativity? With baby Jesus? No, we've lost baby Jesus. And every time I get him out, I go, I'm going to make baby Jesus. Actually, somebody came up to me at the festival quilts. She says, "Oh, I've made your Christmas village. You really ought to do a nativity." I went, "I've done a nativity. I did a nativity years ago," so I showed it all to her. So I always think, you know, I show these things, but not everybody sees them all the time. So let me just take all the people out. So, oh gosh, nearly lost one of the wise men then. So on your panel, you will get all the pieces to make the stable. So it's all printed. It looks like a stable, doesn't it? Now, I've used Styleville or Bosel, so a foam interfacing in mine, and that just gives it a bit of structure. But also, when you quilt it, it really shows the lines, so it looks like wood. So look at that lovely wooden back. When you quilt along the lines, it looks like planks. The base is obviously flagstones. And then when you look inside, you've got all of the wooden panelling, and the base of the floor is the flagstones, can you see, with hay on it, just like it would be. So, and it has a star. So that's your, because if you're doing a nativity, you do need the barn, don't you? the barn for it to go into. And then you've got all the people. So should we have a look at these on, yeah, we'll do it on the overhead. So there's Mary. So I'll show you the panel in a minute, but the people are created from 4 separate pieces. They have a base, she's got barefoot. And then you sew her little hands together and she can put Jesus inside there. Then you've got Joseph. Obviously, Joseph is a little bit taller. He's got good solid shoes on. Look at that. She's got no shoes on. He's got big solid shoes. Look. Then you've got the angel, who I use that invisible thread to tie above my nativity. She's got little praying hands. She's got no shoes. No, it's a he, isn't it? He's got no shoes, but he's got wings. Angel Gabriel. Look. Yes. Then you've got the 3 wise men, all with beautifully decorated clothes. Now, I've seen people who've already made this kit, and they've embroidered and embellished them all before. They've all got shoes on as well. Aren't they lovely? I mean, it takes a while to make. It's not difficult. It just takes a while because lots of little bits. And then you've got 2 shepherds, and they've got boots on as well. Then you get a little manger, which has straw in it. Mary and the angel are barefoot. Ask Amy. I don't ask me. She designed it. Yeah, what would you put? I don't know. Mary wouldn't have big hobnail boots, would she? She'd have sandals. I don't know. Anyway, there's a little manger. She'd have Crocs. Mary and her Crocs. And there is a little Jesus as well. The Jesus fit that's you stuff fits in the manger, and he can also be held in Mary's hand, Mary's as well. But I still haven't found him. So the panel, I'm still searching for Jesus. Do you know, I keep thinking, I'm not going to make another one because it's in that cupboard somewhere. Look, this is the panel. It's massive. So there's all of your... this is all your pieces, like for a wise man. Look, there's his feet. There's all the bits for the shed. Stable. God, I haven't got the words today. So basically, you make all the pieces, and then you use these pieces to bind them. So you make them double-sided, you bind them in these pieces, and then you hand sew all the individual bits together, but only when you've made them as whole pieces. But by binding them, it works really well. You've got the star. Look, there's the floor. I'm looking for Jesus. So there he is. Look, that's what Jesus looks like. So once you sew him together, there's Jesus's. I love that. Jesus front. Jesus back. When you sew Jesus front and Jesus back right sides together, it becomes a little Jesus wrapped in a blanket, and then you put him in the manger, and it's even got a label. So look, there's all the manger pieces. So you've got manger hay, manger side. It's the loveliest thing to make. I mean, it obviously takes a bit of time because there's lots of pieces, but it's really nice to make because you just make it a little bit at a time. And it's such an heirloom thing. I have one that I've made the stable, and I use it to keep my knitted nativity in. Comes out every year. Absolutely lovely. Anyway, we're down to 15 of those kits left, so you need to be quick with that one. There's loads of others we haven't had time to go through, like the book cushions. So just go onto the website, and then you'll be able to see all of the other items. Sorry for all the things we've sold out because they're all really limited. I'm going to go for a quick break. Then we are going to talk about new William Morris gifting, as well as some quilt kits. And I think we may have 1 or 2 of that amazing quilt I've been showing you all day. But we'll let you know at the start of the hour. And I'll see you back here in a few minutes.
show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
If you're using a pattern that's quite bold and you know that you want the centre back to run down the middle of the fabric and to have it identical on one side and the other, how do we match it up? Well, it's quite easy. What you do is you pin your pattern piece to where you want the pattern. Then quite simply, you take a pen and you draw around the motif. You're only cutting one layer out now. You're only cutting one side of the back out now. You draw around your motif with your pen. Then cut the piece out, put that to one side. Then when you cut the other piece out, you flip your pattern, because obviously you need a right and a left-hand side, and you just put that pattern that you've drawn in exactly the same place, on the fabric, which means when you make the dress, both motifs will be in exactly the same place on the back, either side of the centre back.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your App Store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
So have you heard of the sewing term fat quarter? A fat quarter is a rectangular piece of fabric, usually measuring 18 inches by 22 inches. It's called a fat quarter because it's a quarter of the fabric on a roll or bolt. And because they're pre-cut, no need to measure or trim. You can find fat quarters in different styles, plain, patterned, or even bundled together in matching sets. So now you know what a fat quarter is.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Are you ready for a creative journey? Stay right where you are because from 1 PM to 9 PM, Hobbymaker is here to inspire the crafter in you. Join us for an exciting lineup of crafting demonstrations, exclusive deals and expert tips that will spark your imagination. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, there's something for everyone. And you're in safe and crafty hands as we work with the biggest brands the crafting industry has to offer. So grab your favourite drink, get cosy and don't miss a moment of fun. Stay tuned and make sure you keep it right here and let Hobbymaker fuel your passion for creativity. See you at 1 PM.
So welcome back to Sewing Street. Now, let me just say, we have one kit left. Give it to you. We only have one left. It's a beautiful quilt. As I said right at the beginning of the day, we had this on air yesterday. Delphine demonstrated it for us. We took £50 off. It's not a beginner's quilt. It's not supposed to be for beginners. It's not like massively, God, you haven't got to be an expert, but you not to be a beginner. It is absolutely stunning. It's William Morris fabric throughout. It's designed by Robin Ruth, who's an American quilt designer. She's a bit of a mathematician as well. So she designs quilts as well as special rulers. So it comes with, which is £60 or $59.99. There's 19 in baskets, there's one left. It is going to sell out. So this kit comes with this special ruler, and the ruler allows you to make the mariner's compass. So we are selling, the kit comes with the ruler of this one that we've got left, but we are selling the ruler on its own, and the ruler will create the mariner's compass. This is the mariner's compass, and this is a mariner's compass. And often when you make them, you either have to use really complex Y seams or templates or FPP. But this ruler is amazing because it has all these different lines and everything on it, and it's really good. You use the dotted lines for the raw edges, the solid lines for the cutting. You line it up in the right place, and you can create a mariner's compass that ranges from a 6-inch diameter all the way up to a 36-inch diameter. So if you think that this one in the centre of the quilt is a 30, oh, there's only 8 left of the rulers. They're $59.99, but honestly, the maths behind it is brilliant. The ruler comes with a really in-depth booklet. It also has patterns in there to make different quilts. You think this is 30 inches. That ruler will allow you to make a 36-inch diameter one. So you could make a whole lap quilt much bigger. And I think this is 8 inches. You can go down to the 6-inch mariner's compass. So the ruler will allow you to make them all. It's fantastic. We only have 6 rulers left now. Right, best of luck with that. Has the Morris kit gone? No, still got one left. So you need to be quick. I will show you, don't worry, you can still get it, still one. This is the ruler. Obviously it's perspex, you'll take this backing off. I won't take it off ours. And it has all these different lines with the numbers on. So it's got, you know, all the way from your 6-inch up to your 36-inch. It has big template for the circle because honestly, I would use this just for a circle. If you need a circle template, so from the 6-inch diameter circle all the way up to the 36. It also has the quarter circles because you can use, you can also use that for other things. The instruction booklet, there's also links to YouTubes, but in the booklet, you've got instructions for making quilts as well. And honestly, it's fabulous. It's just fabulous. If you want to have a go at Mariner's Compass and do it the easy way, but with beautiful accuracy, this is the way to do it. We only have 1 quilt kit and 5 rulers left though. But let's do some brand new gifting to start with. Right, got it. Right, we have got Willow Bough and Strawberry Thief that's brand new. Yeah, I'm just moving that on the floor. Right. Brand new. Oh, we've only got 2 sets left. Brand new today. This is for your picnic, isn't it? Oh, how lovely will that be? Take on your picnic, have your strawberries in. Lovely. Only 2 left. Actually, they're quite nice as well for dog bowls. I use these ones when you don't want. They're quite nice. They look posh, don't they? There's only 2 left. Take those off. What should we do next? Very nice for dog bowls. Let's stick with Willow Bough. The tea bag tidy. How cute is that? How cute is that? It's only £4.99. It's really cute though, isn't it? So what you can do for, you know, if you're buying someone a present, buy them a posh bag of tea bags or some really nice herbal teas and buy them this little tea bag tidy. Because otherwise, what do you do with your tea bags? You carry it on a spoon to the food recycling thing and you drip it everywhere. Or you chuck it in the sink and then it leaves stains in the sink. Or you have, like, people put them on the edge of a spoon. But no, you have a tea bag tidy. It's really cute, isn't it? It's all melamine as well. It's not gonna break. Let's take £1 off. I think £4.99 is a great price, to be honest. Pound off, £3.99. Nice little gift. Buy them a bag of nice tea bags, tea bag tidy, and a mug. Or you just have that for yourself, because that's so useful, isn't it? With a little bit of William Morris, because we love him. There we go. Right, should we do the spoon thing? The spoon thing. With matching spoon rest, so that when you're making your bolognese and you've got your wooden spoon, you don't stain the work surface. Can we match the price, please, of that one? Or, actually, you can put tea bags in that as well. But it's actually quite useful as well. You know, when you're making cakes and you've got like sticky, the spatulas and everything that with the cakes, quite useful for that as well. £3.99 for that one. Again, Willow Bough, and it will match your tea bag tidy. See? Should you need it to. It's brilliant, isn't it? And it's got a hole in it. So if you want to hang it up, you can. Or you could use it as a shoehorn. I don't think it's got quite enough lip on it. Yeah, it's really lovely, isn't it? There we go. £3.99. It does look like a bike seat, doesn't it? £3.99 for that one. Right, moving on. Coasters. Set of 4 coasters. What is this price? £2.99 for a set of 4 coasters. Oh, God, I think I've ripped the box. Studio sample. Right, does anyone want a William Morris coaster? Because sort of, yeah. Cork on the back. Oh, they're nice, aren't they? Not even £1 each. Nice, I mean, well, your box won't come like that. But if you wanted to gift them, that's nice for a little gift, isn't it? But you know when you just need an extra set of coasters, you want one in the conservatory, you want one in the lounge, you even want to take one on holiday and stick one in the caravan. You always need a coaster, don't you? Really, really useful. And £2.99. Right, these are absolutely flying out. I mean, actually, if you wanted to buy, and we've got other William Morris things, so we've got the William Morris mugs. So just think about this. I'll show you the mugs in a minute because they do make a nice matching set, don't they? I love the coasters because they're nice cork on the back, aren't they? Wipe clean with a heat-resistant laminated surface. I'll put those... The breakfast mug on its own has sold out. I'll just pop that back together. Right, the William Morris breakfast mug, which is that one then? Yeah. I need a trolley bit for him. And I'll put it all on. Should we do the jug? Have we got a jug? Okay. The willow bough jug. If you've got a trolley, I can put all this on for you. Because there's a lot, otherwise poor Finn has got absolutely loads of packing away. That's lovely, isn't it? Hannah's only ever had this on one, we've only had this once before. And did Hannah reduce the price? Oh, I do like that. That's lovely. It's $5.99. So it's nice for a milk jug, isn't it, obviously? But you can use it for like little sauces as well, couldn't you? Be nice for like double cream. For when you're having strawberries and cream. It doesn't have to be a milk jug. I'm not sure it's good for gravy because I don't think you get a lot of gravy and I think you need way more gravy than that. But that's a really nice little one. Only $5.99 as well. I think it should be more. Oh, it's also fine china. It's dishwasher and microwave safe. I think that's lovely because that's a really nice little jug, isn't it? Again, a lot of people collect jugs, don't they? So it'd be nice for that. Fabulous. Right, do we have... Oh, lovely. Thank you, Finn. I've got a trolley now so I can pack away. That's brilliant, isn't it? So I'm just tidying up, everybody. Right. Oh, the quilt is gone. And the rulers. Wow. Honestly, can you all send me a picture of when you've made it? Because we've got to send that back. I won't be able to see it. I've got a little sugar bowl. If you've got the jug, you've got to have the sugar bowl, haven't you? Really? Oh, look. That's really nice, isn't it? How much is that one? $8.99. Why did it say everyone pays? That's a new thing, isn't it? Oh. $8.99 for that. But, oh, I put the jug away, but it matches the jug, obviously, beautifully. I like that. But you know what they're good for? Because I've got several of these. They're really good for things like jelly babies as well. But I also keep in one of my sugar bowls the little dog treats by the back door. So when she actually comes in when she's called, she gets one of those. Oh, you can read William Morris dog bowls. Hey, I think if you've got to have this stuff in your house, I've got a little sugar bowl, but I haven't got a William Morris one. But it's very nice to keep little things in. Yeah, when Ben has his first dog. Right, let me put that back in. Right, I think... Oh, no, we've still got some more willow bough. Oh, big... I've got to... Oh, right, OK. You'll work out how to do yours. Right. How about a fine china teapot? Yeah. This is the teapot, fine china. He was born on the 24th of March. That's when my son was born. Only slightly many years before. There we go, $13.99. Very nice teapot. There we go. That's lovely. Teapots make nice vases as well, don't you think? Always nice, you could fill it with flowers when you're not using it for tea. $13.99 for that one. I'm getting better at packing these away now. Because if you don't get the lid the right way up, they don't go in properly. How about the fine china? Tea for one. Fine china, tea for one. Teapot. Mug. Lid. So what you do is you put your you use that for your tea, and it stacks, doesn't it? And then you can put it on there for stack. That's not because the tea goes through anything. That's just for keeping in the cupboard. So when you stack them together, so this is like, for your special afternoon tea, isn't it? You make your tea, because I always use a different mug in the afternoon than I do in the morning. I have my really nice bone china mugs in the afternoon. I have no idea why. It's just a bit of a nice thing to do, isn't it? You make yourself a special cup of tea. So you make your cup of tea in your pot, and then you use, and it's a nice size mug as well. But for storage purposes, then one stacks on top of the other. But it is lovely because there is something about a cup of tea made in a teapot that I don't know why, but it's better. I don't know why. It's just, I think it's just stewed better. And if you use loose leaf tea, I'm not absolutely sure why, but that's nicer as well. I don't know why loose leaf tea is better. Maybe it's just a better flavour. Oh, I might have to give that to someone else to work out. Right. I can't be wasting time on that. This is a nice box, isn't it? This would be a very nice box for keeping like your bias binding and all your zips or things, or all of your bag haberdashery. I don't know. I'm just saying what we're going to have to do with it. I'm going to put all my bag haberdashery in it. Oh, after I've used all the mugs. So you've got 4 beautiful mugs that come in a gift box. Okay. So you've got all of you've got the divisions in there. So if you want to give it to somebody as a gift, then that's really nice. But I would say if you buy it, in fact, if you give it to someone as a gift, ask them if you can keep the box afterwards, or keep the box yourself and use it for something else, because that is a really nice box, isn't it? $14.99. That's a fantastic price for fine china. Amazing. You think what that would cost somewhere else? Yeah, they're really nice, aren't they? Wash before first use. I love that. Who would not wash a mug before first use? And why do you need to tell people that? Because what are they going to die of? Dust poisoning? I mean, it's just ridiculous. Microwave and dishwasher say wash before first use. I mean, it's sort of like saying drink tea from this. Right. Okay. Then this one, these are bigger, aren't they? These are bigger. I wonder if it says wash before first use. Yeah, it does. I think these are a bit bigger. It doesn't give the mils on it, so I'm not absolutely certain. But, well, I think they look bigger, and they're a different shape as well. But do you know what? If you've got these, there's another one. That's for keeping zips in, isn't it? Because it's just the right length. Love those. Brilliant. So that's your 2 mugs. Right. Okay, so we've got 2 more willow bough things, but we're on to trays. Okay. 2 different sizes of trays. You've got little tray. So this is the sort of thing, well, obviously you can just put mug biscuit, or this is the sort of thing you put on the hall table to pop your keys in so you don't get them lost. Put them on your bedside table to keep your glasses and your book in. $3.99. Brilliant for, oh yeah, you could buy your sink to put your sponge in, but also you could keep it for when you're using like little magnetic clasps and everything, stop them losing all the bits, you could put them in there by your sewing machine. But yeah, nice in the bathroom as well, put your shampoo and conditioner on there. I would put it on my hall table to chuck all of my bits and pieces in that I could then keep. Or use it as a little tray to put your biscuits and your mug on. So that's the small one. And then we have the larger tray here. Again, doesn't have to be a tray. This could be used for keeping things in. You could use it like to put on the table. But, I mean, lovely as a tray, but obviously you can use it for other things. And do think about, things for your sewing room as well. Really used to keep. Should we reduce the price? We've only got 30 of them left. What happened? $5.99. Do get these. They're beautiful. That is the last. Oh, no, there's the cool bag. There's the cool bag. I forgot. This is a cool bag. This, look at, this is brilliant. Cool bag, a cool bag. So it's willow bough in blues and greens. It's got a nice carrying handles. It's got a zip. So this is great for when you're going on picnics. It's got that lovely insulation in it. Brilliant for picnics, going down the beach, taking on holiday. Brilliant, keeping the boot of your car for when you go supermarket shopping. You could put your freezer stuff in here, your fridge stuff. Because actually, in the summer, if I'm going to the supermarket and buying free ice cream and stuff, I would always take a cool bag like this. And if you fill it up, then it keeps it cold for quite a while. But if you're popping down the beach or you're going to a party or you're going to a festival or something, put all of your cold stuff in there. And it's really nice, isn't it? Look how big it is. If I open it up, it is absolutely huge. Right. Look at the size of it. It's got a nice big box bottom. You get absolutely loads in there. Is that really only £9.99? You see, what I would do is I'd keep all of my other supermarket bags in there, pop it in the boot of the car, then you've always got it. And when you go there, you've got something. Also, I think when you're putting lots of fridge stuff in, like maybe you've got frozen peas and you've got big bottles of milk, it's nice and sturdy. And it has a zip top. That's really nice. Ollie's going to get one. Beautiful. Right, we've got another new design, which is the Strawberry Thief. We haven't got as many items in that, though. Let's start with the tea bag thing, so I think that's where we started. Took £1 off that. That's really cute, isn't it? So that's the Strawberry Thief in red and green. That is the cutest thing. And then we've got I'm going fast now. We have the Spoon Rest next. We took £1. Oh, that one sold out. But for all of those of you who've bought it anyway, we'll take £1 off. Because that wouldn't be fair otherwise. What we've got in this that we haven't got in the willow bough is the salt and pepper. Look at this. This is so cute. This is so cute. Do you know what I would do? I would have this to take on holiday with me. You know when you go on holiday, they don't always have a salt and pepper. In fact, my husband the other day, he bought one of these. He was going away and he bought one of those grindy salt and peppers. And he always takes it on holiday with us now. Because you don't always get them, do you? How cute is that? I mean, that is lovely to have in your home. But you know when you go away and you've got your holiday cottage, you never guarantee they've got salt and pepper. But you could fill them and you could keep them in the little box. I always take with me tea bags, coffee, salt and pepper and some oil. Because they never have those basics. And you don't really want to buy that when you go away. Or you could have that. I mean, they're nice gift for somebody. And they've got big holes, so you can actually get the salt and pepper out. And it's quite easy to see. 3 holes pepper, 1 hole salt. Why is that? Maybe you need more pepper than salt. There we go. Morning, Hayley. Hayley's in the gallery. Morning. Oh, it's actually afternoon. It's half 12 now. I can hear her. You can't see her. I can just hear her. She's come down. We've got a bit of a surprise for you. Well, in terms of products. Not in terms of Hayley coming on air. That she only comes on when we have manager specials. But she's brought a little surprise down for us. We'll just finish Strawberry Thief off. And then I'll show you Hayley's surprise. Teapot. Oh, now I can see how it went back in. Well, I couldn't get the other one back in. Because I didn't realise the lid went down the side. But now I know how it went back in. So that goes like that, that goes like that. And that goes like that. How lovely is that? There we go. There we go. Let's pop that in. I'll pop that back in because I know what order, because I... Being kind. How about the mug? There we go. Nice mug. So that's lovely, isn't it? Beautiful. They didn't have the same one in the willow bough. Only £7.99. Don't forget to wash it before first use, though. I'm so glad they told me that on the box. Never thought of that. just think that's really funny. Why would you not wash it before? Still can't get on that. Right, limited on a lot then. This is the lovely box that you have to keep to put all your haberdashery in after you've taken the mugs out. Don't think of this as 4 mugs. Think of this as a wonderful storage box with four free mugs. Storage box with 4 free mugs. Only $19.99. These are nice though, aren't they? I mean, it's a bargain, isn't it? Dishwasher and microwave safe, which I wasn't sure about because that looks a bit goldy metallic on there, but they are dishwasher and microwave safe. And the box afterwards is wonderful. I have boxes like this to keep. I've got a box just like that I keep my zips in. Right, and then it's an absolute bargain. Then this one is for 2. So we had this one too with the willow bough, didn't we? So this is the same thing. So what you can do, if you don't want to be matchy-matchy, get yourself 2 strawberry thieves and 2 willow boughs, and then you're sort of matching because it's all William Morris but not the same. Pound off. £9.99. It's absolute bargain, isn't it? Absolute bargain. £9.99. Brilliant. Right, I've done it. Please do keep... they are all really, really limited. We're probably going to sell... Oh, this is the treat, the Hayley treat. So, if you were watching me yesterday, me and Delphine, we sold Cave's brand new book. And it sold out. Amazing. Signed copies. But we also had quilt kits, which Delphine demonstrated. And they come, each of them comes with the books. The only way you can get the book from us now is if you buy the quilt kit. What we didn't have is we didn't have the actual finished quilts, but Hayley's just brought them down. So it's really exciting. Do you mind which one I start with, Ben? Okay, let's start with, oh no, this one. Because I'm trying to remember. I know which one sold out. This is the Contrast Snowball Stars. And yesterday when we sold the kits, we didn't have the quilts because they were at the Festival of Quilts. But now we do. But we don't have the boxes. But that's irrelevant. So, when you buy the quilt kit, yeah, that's a good idea. You get all of the fabric and you get the whole book. So the kits don't come with instructions because we put the book in. So not only are you getting the instructions to make the quilt, you're also getting the instructions to make all the other quilts as well. And although Cave does say, well, you can make this in your own fabric, following the instructions, for me, I want my quilt to look exactly like that. It's huge, it's big, big double bed size. I want my actual quilt to look exactly the same as this. And in the kit, the fabric is exactly this. It's amazing. It's only £214.99. You get the book, which is now sold out, and it's signed. The book is signed. It comes, what's lovely is it comes with the whole story about why he designed them, how he was inspired. It's from the Quilts in London book, which has all been inspired by all sort of the colourful designs around Camden Lock. I absolutely love this one. This was my fave. That was my favourite one. Beautiful. So this is the only way you can now get the book. But I think it's great because you get the book and all of the fabric, even the fabric to do the binding with. And it's stunning. And what he says in the book with this one, this is for people who don't want Cave's really bright fabrics, but wants more earthy hues. So this was designed using those more earthy hues. So you've got this beautiful, beautiful, I love this fabric. You get massive pieces. Also, this is easy. So a lot of people were asking yesterday to Delphine, and in fact, if you want to watch back the demo, she demoed all of these quilts yesterday. If this is really beginner friendly, this quilt in particular is made of 2 blocks. So you've got this one block here, which basically is a square, and you sew squares across the 4 corners and that cuts them off. This block here is a star. You make 4 flying geese just by putting a square on a rectangle. You sew those on, you sew the squares in, and again, you sew a square across the corners, it cuts it off. And that is it. Obviously, different colourways, you know, that sawtooth star is a different colourway to that one, but it is 2 blocks. There's nothing complicated. You're not sewing with weird triangles. You're sewing squares on top of rectangles, and then you sew them all together. But I think what makes this is not the complexity of the quilt, which is brilliant, because if you're a newbie to a quilt, if you've never made one before, or you want to make a quilt in a hurry, maybe you want to make a quilt as a gift for somebody, it's very, very achievable. It's the fabrics, isn't it? It is more than 2 meters square, so it is massive. It's like big double bed size. But you know how at Christmas we go, oh, I wish I'd made somebody a quilt. Or I've got this really nice wedding anniversary coming up in October. I want to make this. Someone's moving home in September. I want to make them that. This is very quick to make. So although some of these stars use different fabrics, it's beautiful earthy hues. This spot is used in the background of all of these sawtooth stars, and that's what pulls the quilt together. And this beautiful print with the sort of the mustards and the teals and the faded purples, it almost feels like that you've got sort of the ripples of water across it. And in the book he explains why he chose these fabrics, why he chose the design. I think it's absolutely gorgeous. So if you are new to quilting, you've only got to do 1 block at a time, and it will teach you all about how to sew, straight in a line. Now we've got loads and loads of you who've got this in baskets. Once this kit has gone, that's it. We won't be getting these back. We have bought enough kits and enough books to be able to put them together. The whole, all of the books have gone. We sold all of those out. So it's the only way that you can get hold of that. Well, I'd like to do the diamonds next, but I know we sold out of some of them yesterday. Right, diamond's cool then. So diamond's mossy sold out. This one is cool. Oh, it's nice and warm, actually. Where's it been? There we go. This is a big quilt. Now, this is probably the easiest. This is available in 2 colours. Well, we had it in 3, but the 3rd one sold out. This is available in 2 colourways, in cools or brights. This is easy. If you want to do something that's dead easy, or if you want to make something quickly, you need to buy this one. So what it is, it features these beautiful feature prints, which I thought were fussy cut, but because they're such big pieces, it's really easy to do. It comes with paper templates, but all you do is you use the paper templates for cutting strips of fabric at an angle. You then sew strips all the way round, but you don't have to cut them exactly and match anything. You cut the strip, when you've sewn it on, you cut it off. You then sew down the next side, cut it off, down that side, cut it off. That's really easy. You then join all of those diamonds together. Can you see they sort of go in rows? So you're not actually, in a way, sewing with diamonds, and then you sew all the rows together. There are only 12 of these left. Yes, let's hold it up. You get the border fabric, you get the binding fabric, and what I love in this is that it is all beautiful purples and greens and blues. But then Kate has popped a few bright pinks in there, which I think to do that yourself would be quite hard to work out the colour placement. I mean, this is a huge quilt. This is like 6 foot square. You will get full instructions with the signed copy of the book. You will get exactly the same fabrics that are in here will be in your box. And you get all the binding fabric as well. You could get this done in a weekend, which would be fabulous, wouldn't it? In a weekend, that would be done. And obviously, you can then either machine it with your own sewing machine, or you can use, you can go and send it off to be long-armed. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. And, and Keith is very encouraging of giving people the confidence with his book, which you can do. You can use his book to use your own fabric. But for me, I mean, I'd really like the book, because then I think it's make one and then you can have a go. But you're going to get the book with this. I want mine to be the same, because I wouldn't know to put that pop of pink just there. And he has a layout for it. And he's worked it out which colour goes next to which, because I want mine to be exactly the same as this. And he explains in the book, it's like half of it is coffee table book with beautiful photos and why did he design them, and why he was inspired. And then the other half of the book is all the instructions. So that's the cool one. We've also got it in the brights. So it's the same principle, but it's bright fabric. There's only 6. There's only, oh, let me just pull it across the table because then you can see it better, because they were all nice backing, nice cave backing. And, you know, if you want your extra wide cave backing, we do sell it on the website. If you want to get it at the same time, look at that. Whoa. That is a riot of colour, isn't it? Absolute riot of colour. I mean, that is what, well, I was going to say that's what Cave's house looks like. I haven't been to his house. It is what his house looks like. You see, I'm thinking, I mean, it would be amazing on a bed. It would be amazing on your sofa to brighten it up. But wouldn't it look fantastic on the wall? I would hang this, like, in the stairwell. You know where you've got that big gap space that you never use? It would look amazing, wouldn't it? And you've got turquoise, you've got black, you've got olive and purple and green and lime. And look at the border. The border's all in purple and pink. And then you've got that look. I like the way you've got a really sort of gentle spot going around the edge. But because he's designed this, he's worked out what colour goes with what. You haven't got to think that through. I mean, to me, this is Kaif, isn't it? This looks like one of his armchairs, you know, his needlepoint armchairs that are just colourful and glorious. So you will get in the kit all of the fabric to make this, including the binding. You will get the book that has full instructions. So once you've made this, you can then use the book to make other quilts as well. The book also has got patterns for cushions too. We are so limited on this one. It is just beautiful, isn't it? Absolutely love that. Honestly, and when I watched Delphine do it, you can go on watch back. If you go onto the app, it's really easy to watch back shows. And she just shows you very simply how to cut. You cut a strip of fabric, you then use the template to cut that at an angle, and then you sew the strips on one by one all around the edge. If you are new to quilting, you can do this. And I think what a triumph as well. It's just fantastic. I mean, this is like picnic blanket, isn't it, to die for. Also, it's just so beautiful. If you know someone who's moving house, this is the gift, isn't it? I mean, I think £274.99. How much was it? So we took £50 off. £329.99, and that's what you would pay. We calculated the cost of the fabric plus the book. That's what you'd pay. But then we took some money off because it was for the Kaif launch. Right, then we've got the last one. Again, this is just as simple as all the others. Snowball circles. This is all your sort of hot orange and pinks with your purples in as well. This is the best way for you to see it, for me to lie across the table, but there we go. Look at that. And this one is really easy because, again, it's you sew strips to the top and bottom of a square and then either side, and then you sew squares across the corners and it cuts them off. That's the most complicated one. This one is just like I showed you in that other, the first quilt I showed you. Square of fabric, squares sewn across the corner to cut them off. When you then join them all together, they create these diamonds in the centre. So this is dead easy. When you look, it's hard to see. You can see on here the how all of the colours work. And I like the way, this is the great thing about having the kit, is that he's plopped some of these greens in amongst the other colours, but shown you where to put them. When you see the quilt as a whole in this image, then you can really see it. It's beautiful. It includes the binding. We never, well, not say never, very, very, very rarely ever put the backing and the wadding in. And the reason is people have different tastes of wadding and different tastes of backing. If we put I mean, obviously, Kaif has used his own backing in here. If we put that in, you know, some people might, you don't need to spend all the money on the backing. It's different, have people, different budgets, different tastes. So we don't put the backing and the wadding in, but we do put the top, and the binding is in there. It's beautiful, isn't it? £214.99. We've also got that available on three-way split pay, so you can pay £71.66. We will send it to you straight away, then you can start making it, and then you can spread the cost over the next month and the month after. We don't charge any interest for that, and we also don't charge an admin fee. So if you really want a Kaif quilt, big Kaif quilt, with a signed copy of his brand new Quilts in London book, get it on split pay, let us take the burden of the of spreading the payments, and you can have one. All you've got to do is choose which one, because we have four different ones, but the stock is now getting very limited. So our beautiful William Morris, that's gone. We're lucky that we've managed to get these. So yesterday they were still hung up at the Festival of Quilts, but we've obviously managed to borrow these. And if you want to get one, I would do it, because we're not going to get these back. That's it. Right, we've got another William Morris quilt called Crimson Legacy. Oh, dropped it on my finger. This is already selling on pre-order. It's beautiful. It goes, we're reducing it, 204 centimetres wide, £179.99. That's fabulous. Absolutely beautiful quilt. We do. It's available on three-way split pay, if you want to. Do you want me to open it? Okay. We do have it. I saw it earlier. So this is it. It features all the William Morris fabrics. Beautiful. And you get the full, you get all of the fabrics in here. It's the quilt that we hung up by accident. There we go. So all of the William Morris fabrics, you get it. Now you get full instructions, which it lists all of the cutting out. It's got exactly how to do it. Basically, it stars surround, it's two different blocks, two different star blocks that are joined together. So when you join the two star blocks together, it forms chains with stars as well, which is quite clever, really. And then these are the fabrics that you will get in it. That's lovely, isn't it? It's the one that we had. Now, this fabric here is the same fabric that's in the quilt behind me, actually. This beautiful. So you can see what it looks like behind me, but it's beautiful, isn't it? And then we've got this gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous, kind of deep teal colour. That works really well, doesn't it? Because that is in, you see these stars. It's in the centre of those. Oh, it was down here earlier. You see the centre of these stars, that's in there. And that beautiful purpley colour is in the centre of that stars. Beautiful. I like the, wonder what is, oh, this gorgeous one. I'm going to take it out so you can see it. This gorgeous one here is used round that one's used in the centre of the squares. This beautiful mustard one with these gorgeous maple leaves on, that is used around the whole border of the quilt. And it's quite a wide border, so it really makes a statement. So I love the fact that the blocks together create two different types of stars. So you've got a star, and then you get almost this chain effect created by it. I love that one. I've not seen that fabric before. It's like this fabric, beautiful. Now this fabric here is used in the background of the quilt, and it's actually the fabric that's used in this part of the quilt. So they're really matched. They actually complement each other because that fabric is used here. So these quilts actually, I think that's why yesterday as well we brought the wrong quilt down from upstairs because the colours are very similar. They're just different types of quilts. That's the inner border. Afternoon, Rebecca, beautiful quilts, and what a workout you're having today. So many gorgeous quilts. I know, you're right, Jacqueline. And my arms are just not long enough to hold those quilts. I know, so many quilts, and they're quite big as well to keep holding up. Then this one is the inner borders. I'm going to look at the instructions. I want to see what the final, I mean, that's beautiful. That must be used in the, that section is used in the bits going around the edge. So it's kind of an illusional quilt, isn't it? That you've got you can see the stars, you can see the triangles, and then when you look back at it from above, when I'm close up, all I can see now is these bits. It's really weird, isn't it? It looks completely different when you see it like that. Hey, we've got the quilt. Amazing. No, you can hold one end. You've got to hold an end. There we go. Right, look at that. Look how big it is. It's beautiful, isn't it? It's absolutely stunning. You see, so you can see those kind of that illusion of those pathways crossing across. And in some of them, sometimes when you look at it, the stars stand out, and other times the sort of pathway stands out. Thank you very much, Finn. That's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Look at that. Ah, right. You need to check out. We only have 20 of these kits left. And we've got way more. We've got over 30 in baskets. So you need to be quick. 20 left, over 30 in baskets. But it's what I think is lovely, £179.99. So what's the finished size of this one? Where's my box gone? Yeah, the size, 204 centimetres square. So for those of you who missed out on this beauty behind me, it's slightly smaller than that and it's simpler, but the colourway is the same. So if you love the colours and you love the William Morris fabrics in the quilt behind me, this one here, lot simpler, little bit smaller, less expensive, but you've got the similar colourways. So we all have different things. You know, maybe for some of you think, oh, I wouldn't want to make that one. What does this one say? It has been an excellent show today. I've loved the quilts and demo of the hat. Well done, Rebecca and helpers. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Hazel. I know what I do without my helpers. I just don't know. Just don't know. Help us. It's been yeah, it's been a long. Actually, do you know what? It's gone by really, really fast. It's gone whoosh, whoosh, whoosh like that. I love this because you know what? We have different quilts for times, budgets, skills. But if you love the colours on this one, but keep it simpler, get that one. It's a good size actually, because that's a good double bed size actually, isn't it? Yeah, that is going to sell out. We've got way more people who've got that in baskets than we've actually got in stock. Van, what's been really popular? Oh, right, we've only got a few minutes left. So let's do what's been really popular. The Van Gogh notebook, obviously. Who knew? Well, I saw this earlier and I thought I quite liked that. Oh, can I just show you? It comes with a pen. Look at this. It's green. Is it Van Gogh or is it Van Gogh? People say Van Gogh, but I think in Holland they'd go Gogh, wouldn't they, or something? Why do people call it Van Gogh then? Van Gogh sounds like a car rental agency, doesn't it? Van Gogh. So anyway, Vincent, we'll call him Vincent's flowers on the front. Lined pages, comes with the satin ribbon bookmark and a pen on a little loop. Gold, £4.99. What a bargain. It's not bad, is it? I think £4.99 for an A5 notebook. If you've bought any of the Amber Makes book covers kits, this will fit in really nicely because a hardback A5 notebook works in really well. Yeah, you could just cover it up, but actually, that's actually a brilliant price, isn't it? Do you know what, actually, this is a nice present. Pop this pop this in your present box, because everyone needs a notebook, don't they? Or use it for writing lists of projects I'm going to do when I've got the time. You'll have it filled within minutes. Yes, just think of it as an investment in your retirement, or it's an investment in your future, actually. Or what should we do next? I can't get all of those in there. The classic colour. Oh, one of the cave ones. That's not the last one, is it, that we did? First one, that's my favourite one. This is my favourite one. And I don't know why, because I love his bright ones. There's just something about that. I feel it looks like, whether it's the choice of the big fabric squares, it kind of looks like ripples of water. Although I do like the bright diamonds. It's one or the other. I'm going to have to have both. Right, need to check out on that one. We have got way more people that got that in baskets. Remember, you get a signed copy of Kate's brand new book that we have sold out of, but every kit will come with a copy of the book. So you're not just limited to making this quilt. Once you've made this quilt with the exact same fabrics, you can then make all the other quilts. Right, tomorrow on Sewing Street, we have, who's presenting tomorrow? It's Vic's presenting tomorrow, and she's going to love William Morris tomorrow. Yeah, we love him too. But so tomorrow morning you can love him with Vic's. At 9 o'clock, Catherine Wright is in here to demo the Elna Extend Cover Max machine. Oh, that is quite a cool machine, to be fair. If you've never seen the Cover Max, you need to tune in for that. It's really good. 10 o'clock is all about sewing room tools. And then 11 o'clock, brand new William Morris Maze of Classic Quilt Kit. And Catherine to demonstrate that. She'll be brilliant at that. And obviously, we know how popular the William Morris are. So if you missed out on the one behind me today, sorry, you can watch a brand new one tomorrow. 12 o'clock, Brother Sewing Machines. So great if you're in for a new sewing machine. Thank you so much for joining me over the last couple of days. Had a wonderful time. You have a great afternoon. And I'll see you here next week.